Do not worry.
Hey everybody, sorry for the delay. This stream was supposed to start like an hour and a half ago, almost 2 hours ago. We almost did it, folks. We almost did it. I've been here for like 21, 22 days. Almost no incidents back home in Lebanon, but I woke up to the news that my fridge broke down, folks. My fridge broke down. There was some kind of black sludge coming up from the bottom of the fridge. Sounds fun. And hot air. The fridge was blowing hot air on everything. So my best friend Elias, who you guys know from the stream, from the gaming channel, from Tino's Playroom, he's my Dark Souls guru. He's home. He's taking care of the cats. So he's been dumping out all sorts of food from the freezer. We had to get rid of all the cat food. I feed my cats. Like, they get like this fresh food that's cooked and delivered to my house, and I put that in the freezer for them, and then I take out a couple of portions for the, you know, for like every day, and they get to eat like fresh beef or fresh chicken and stuff. It's this company called Paw Pots. Now, I also sometimes cook food for them, but like they're used to like just like fresh cooked food. So we have to throw all of that out. And I was just trying to figure out like what am I going to feed my cats for the next couple of days. Hey, what's happening to the chat? Is the live chat not working? Let's hope the live chat works over here. Can't see nothing. How's everybody? How's everyone doing, by the way? How's everyone doing? So just trying to figure out like what to do with the fridge, trying to coordinate a day for the fridge repair guy to come over and see like, is it a motor issue? Do I have to like, it's kind of an older fridge, you know, but like it's something similar happened like 3 years ago, I think. And I had to like replace the motor. So I'm just trying to figure out, is it a motor issue that we have to replace the motor? Is it just does it need some, does it need some like gas? Okay, the chat's working. Does it need, sometimes you just like replenish the gas or whatever in the fridge. So it's just been kind of annoying. I have to make a bunch of phone calls from here and trying to coordinate other people's schedules while I'm here. I just wish this didn't happen. I don't want to have anyone to have to deal with something like this. And now I have to probably buy a new fridge. So I'm looking at a $500 expense. If I have to replace the motor, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to buy a new fridge because it's an older fridge, you know, but that's going to cost at least $250. I found a fridge for $520. So I think I'm going to have to buy that as soon as I land. That's nice. That's nice. Nice little welcome home gift. Homecoming gift when I get back to Lebanon. Buying a new fridge. That's going to be fun. Unless it's just gas. But like if it's the motor, then I'm fucked. So hopefully we can kind of get an idea of what's happening today. Cassie Jonesy sends a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Cassie. It's a super sticker. We have a hippo that is wrecked. I feel that. I'm feeling wrecked this morning. Horrible morning, I got to tell you guys. Shitty way. And also, just a little... So, Elias is at home taking care of my cats. We got a cleaner guy just to come and clean a bit of the house, but I told, like, Elias knows, and obviously I know as well, my cat, Maki, gets super afraid anytime the cleaner's there. So, Elias was with Maki in the room. Elias left the room for like 2 minutes, went back in the room, couldn't find Maki. So, he was stressed out for like 2 hours thinking that Maki had like run away from the house. So, I just woke up to a bunch of messages that like, I can't find your cat. And the fridge stopped working. Turns out Maki was just hiding behind the stereo for an hour. Made Elias panic, run around the house, sweating, ran out of the house looking for Maki, thinking he lost him. So this is literally what I've been dealing with. Your cat's gone and your fridge stopped working. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I'll be back home in 2 days. He's fine. Elias takes great care of the cats. It's just the fridge. Ain't looking good for the fridge. God damn. Folks, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Anthony, coming to you live from the heart of these United States for another... This might be the last day I have time to stream. I leave here on Wednesday morning. I leave here Thursday morning, and I get to Lebanon on Friday morning. How's everybody doing? We got a lot of topics to talk about today. It's also stressing me out because I have enough topics for 3 live streams, and I don't have time to do them. Because I'm on vacation. I don't have my gear. I don't have my own studio. I have to kick out my sister. I have to kick my sister out of her room so I can use her room to stream. So I'm kind of limited to how much I can stream. There's the Lebanese president that just met with Donald Trump today. That is worthy of an entire live stream. They have like a 40-minute press conference that I kind of want to react to. I'm going to try to squeeze it into this one. This might be like a 4-hour stream. I would have liked to do it as its own live stream, but I don't have the time. I wanted to do a long-form kind of reaction to the Avengers Doomsday trailer on Tino's Playroom on my second channel. I might have time to do that later today. I don't know. We will try. And we have everything that we want to talk about today. There's the war in Iran, which is massive. I just want to reflect a little bit on that World Cup final. And what else? Oh, yeah. Ethan Klein forbidding his crew from streaming together, or like streaming, or like from covering certain topics, or like there's a whole bunch of stipulations that they're not allowed to do anymore, which I saw on Twitter, and I figured, you know what, let's fucking talk about that, because it's kind of crazy. So there's a lot to cover. This might be like a 4-hour stream. We're not sure. This might be a long stream. So thank you for being here, everybody. And, you know, sorry for the kind of me bitching at first. It was just a really shitty, stressful morning. It just feels like, you know, it feels like it's time to head back. By the time I get back home, I would have been gone from home for 23 days. That is a long time to be away from my cats, from my house, from everything, you know. Obviously, Demi, it's 23 days. It's like my whole life is there, you know. So it's one thing to take a week vacation, 2 weeks, you know, 3, you know, 23 days. Starting to feel it, and I have no privacy here. You know, I love my parents. I love my parents, folks, but they were constantly around right now. Always. I have no bedroom here. So it's like, it's crazy. It's been intense. It's been intense. Hug your parents, folks. Hug your parents. Members, thank you so much for our YouTube members. You guys are the best. You guys make sure that this channel can keep going and keep surviving. Our lovely YouTube members and our patrons, y'all are the best. Let me just take a second to thank some of our lovely members and patrons. Members such as Dr. Sahib. Don't forget, members get exclusive live content and live streams, folks. Maridos Atala 4713, Silver Lena, Catsy Crave, Isabella Music. Thank you guys so much for being YouTube members. We love and appreciate you. Being a member and being a patron is like one of the best ways to support the channel, and especially now you guys are coming in clutch. Now that I'm on like vacation and I haven't been able to stream, our members have been keeping us afloat. We thank you and appreciate you, and our patrons, of course. You guys are the best. B Hill H67456. Thank you so much. Strange Tamer 94. Sam Backstrock, and Emma DV7RQ, Irene Bertoni, as well as Afwej, Dreadful Utopia, Jawad Mahfouz. Thank you guys so much. We love our members. We appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. Whether you've been gifted a membership and you've been a member for 1 day and have never paid for a membership, whether you've been a member for 16 months and supporting us, thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You guys make a massive difference over here. Also, big thank you to our lovely patrons. I just uploaded the popcorn bucket tier list onto Patreon, so you guys can enjoy that video as well. Thank you to our God-tier patron, Ilal Mujab, the superhero patrons, Legal and Lipstick, A Rose for You, Bonnie Buns, blonde patrons like Bahar, Shai Lavi, Ahmad M, Leonardo Sawaya, Enzo S, and abductee patrons like Villamina, Mother's Milk, and Wax Wolf. Thank you guys. We love you. We appreciate you. Patrons also get exclusive content, folks. They will be getting Morning Glory Milking Farm. Either Karine will be reading it for you, or my ass is reading it for you when I get back home, folks. I promise you. I promise you. Y'all don't believe me, but when I tell you, but I swear. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming on. Okay. Let us get going with today's episode. So just want to make sure I got everything ready here. Should I open a few more links? I think I can. Is it free? Look, the quality's doing okay, right? So far? Yeah, I think I can afford to open a couple more links. Nope, not Microsoft Word. Don't do that now. Don't do that. Leave me alone. Okay. Oh, no, don't do that either. Do not do that either. Here, let's see. Sorry, guys, just 1 second. Also, keep in mind that I'm using an M1 MacBook Air to stream. I am more than excited to go back home and have my whole PC streaming setup ready to go. So, very excited about that. Okay. Let us start going. Let us get going with this the World Cup final. Oh, Genova. Holy shit. $10 super chat from Genova. Genova, thank you so much. Genova96, beloved member, thank you so much. Says, hey, everybody, weird that the first time I ever get selected for a random security screening at the airport, I happen to be wearing my Viva Viva Palestina shirt. Holy shit, Genova. Yeah, that's not very random right there. That sounds pretty deliberate. Did you get the 3 S's? Did you get the big SSS? That's crazy. Genova, thanks so much for the donut. Everybody show Genova some love in the chat for having to go through some traumatic fucking, airport security shit. That fucking sucks. Genova, thank you for supporting us. And yeah, Chris, welcome to being an Arab. Yeah, you are now an honorary Arab, Genova. Where are you from, Genova? I'd be curious to know, but this is the life of an Arab. You are now an honorary Arab. We now deem you, Genova, Respect. You are finally, now you know what we go through. Thank you. You are now the wokest of the woke. Okay. Doesn't feel so good though, huh? Doesn't feel so good. That's how they make us feel. Let's jump to the World Cup, folks. And thank you again so much for the generous dono. Yourself and Cassie Jonesy. Thank you guys. We love you. The life of an Arab, guys. The life of an Arab. Robbie Williams was at the World Cup final. By the way, finally, congratulations to Spain for taking out the Zionist Argentinian team. I know I don't want to upset our Argentinian viewers, but like, listen, the whole world hates your football team at this point. Can we say that? It's maybe, you know, people are lumping in all Argentinians and making them seem like Zionists. We know you're not. We know you're not. I've seen a lot of pro-Palestine Argentinian content on Twitter for the last couple of days trying to drown out all the other stuff. Might be a little bit of racism against black people in Argentina, you know what I mean? But, you know, we appreciate all of y'all non-Zionist, anti-Zionist Argentinians. We know you're the vast majority in Argentina, at least when it comes to that. But Robbie Williams was at the World Cup final, and a little bit of cocaine might have fallen out of his nose during an interview, and it fell on a microphone. I don't know if you guys saw that, but this is pretty fucking insane. Can you guys hear anything? Let me see.
Robbie, how much does Spain deserve to be in World Championship?
They really deserve the whole thing tonight. It was just.
Look at that. Dude, they have the close-up over here.
They really deserve the whole thing tonight.
Look at that. You see that? Look at that. We've got a piece of, guys, the dude was snorting so much cocaine, it fell out of his nose during an interview. And he picks it up right off the mic. Look at that. He's like, oh, shit. And then look what he does with it. Look what he does with it, dude. Oh, no, come on. Did they cut away? He stuck it on his forehead. Look at that. He put it on his forehead. Why do I have this version of the video? This is so bad. I had a much better one. Boink. Isn't that crazy? You see that? Look at that. Bam, right here. And why is it like a huge lump? What are you snorting, dude? It's like a whole ass piece. He didn't even like crush it. It was like a full crack rock. What is this? Snorting Adderall at the game? Dude, that's so fucking... Whoever caught this is hilarious, man. Look at that, man. Dude, that's a whole ass pill, man. That's a whole Adderall right there. That's a whole Vyvanse. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Anyways, a little fun way to start the day. Look at that. Oh, manipulated photo? Fuck. Okay, there you go. We got an update, folks. We got an update. Well, anyways, look at that. Where was the U.S.? So Sarah tweets this out. Ooh, we got an update about the fridge. Neither hot nor cold. Okay, perfect. Looks like I'm going to have to pay the dude his service fee on Friday. We can't tell. We touched the fridge. Let me tell Malim Andre. 1 second. I got to give him an update for my fridge. معلم أندري يعطيك العافية بس تنقول لك إنه شفنا الموتور ولا سخن ولا مسقع عادي الحرارة عادي بس عم بيطلع هوا سخن من قلب البراد. أوكي يلا أنا برجع بشوفك نهار الجمعة ويعطيك العافية. Sorry, folks. Dealing with some shit. Let me thank Elias for his efforts. Send him a couple of hearts, and then we'll get back to this. There we go. Yalla, we're done. Let's go. Let's go. Basil says, let the man enjoy his Coke for fuck's sake. I'm not saying anything. I'm glad he's enjoying it. It's just kind of funny how he got caught, you know, on camera. It's just a massive rock falling out of his nose. Kind of funny. Okay. Kind of ironic that as the U.S. is bombing the living shit out of Iran, murdering innocent people, causing the death of their own soldiers for no reason, they have the gall to put out this fucking sign. Love at the World Cup. Are you fucking shitting me? Bankrolling a genocide in Gaza, bankrolling an ethnic cleansing in Lebanon, bankrolling a whole war, and actually executing the war in Iran. ICE agents walking around murdering people in cold blood, whether they're white, whether they're Latino, doesn't matter, arresting people without due process. America's countless crimes around the world, political coups, what they're doing to Cuba. And you have the gall to put out a love sign. Are you fucking shitting me? All these fucking sporting events are such a farce when it comes to these messages of peace and whatever the fuck. Like, yeah, love, that's a great message. That's a great message. Why don't you try, you know, maybe applying that in your foreign policy? You know what I'm saying? And you had like Shakira dancing there, like doing the heart sign while she, you know, just a few years ago was meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu and she hasn't fucking said shit about the genocide. But yeah, please dance around with your fucking hand heart sign. Who gives a shit, Shakira? Whatever. Hate you, Shakira. She's half Lebanese and she said nothing about what's happening in Lebanon. Nothing. Not a single word. Half Lebanese. Again, we gave her those hips. We gave her those dance moves. Also, just some updates on that little piece of shit, Messi, who I never want to hear being called the GOAT ever again in my life. Okay, if people are still arguing who's better between Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo, I'm sorry, bro. I'm going Cristiano Ronaldo. Okay, he might have that weird sauna picture after sauna. He might have that weird photo. I don't care. He has been vocally pro-Palestine. Now he lives in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is killing people in Yemen. Look, they're all assholes. Okay, everyone's an asshole. But I fucking hate Messi at this point, and I'm proud to say it. And this would point no further than this World Cup. Point no further than this. Why do you hate Messi? He's the GOAT, motherfucker. I have 30 examples to fucking tell you. Yeah, Chris can be seated right now. Chris, do not get mad at this. But Messi, you can. I don't even think Chris can argue that this World Cup has irreparably damaged Messi's legacy. Maybe people will get over it in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but for the next couple of years, when Messi's name is brought up, people are going to be thinking of this World Cup. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Messi's a bad player. Messi's an incredible player. Messi has been an incredibly talented player. But this World Cup has definitely made it look like he was favored by the entire tournament. He was favored by FIFA to try to give him as easy and as clear a path to the final as humanly possible. And I'm sorry, his behavior on the pitch has been embarrassing. The way he runs to snitch to the referees is just simply embarrassing. He might be the greatest football player of all time in terms of like skill, granted, but his personality, his antics on the field, the way he treats the referees, the way he treats other players, the fact that they're willing to do anything to fucking win, genuinely kind of embarrassing for him. And I challenge any Messi fan to defend this in public. You know what I mean? And even if you try, the whole internet has seen it for what it is. The whole internet has turned on Messi. The whole world has kind of turned on Lionel Messi. And what a shame. What a shame if the guy just knew when to retire, you know, but he was greedy. He wanted just one more World Cup, huh? And that's what you get. You fucking ruin. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And Lionel Messi has fucking done it. He's Two-Face now. He's Harvey Dent. So Argentina was the first team in the last 60 years without a single shot in the first 90 minutes of a World Cup final. Just to prove. I mean, look, Spain is a formidable team. Spain is an amazing team. Spain controls the ball. They control the rhythm. They're out there passing 400 times a fucking half while the other teams can barely touch the ball. That's their style. It was called tiki-taka. When we were ranking the football teams, I had a whole argument about that. So the Spanish team is an incredible football team. But not a single shot on goal for 90 minutes? I mean, look, I'm not saying FIFA sent Argentina to the final, but it ain't helping your case. It ain't helping your case as an Argentina fan to be like, well, no, they deserve to get to the final. Oh, really? Not a single shot in 90 minutes? Kind of embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. You tell me. And you have the GOAT of all time crying to the referee anytime someone looks at him wrong. Oh, Mr. Referee, Mr. Referee. So kind of embarrassing. Embarrassing stats for the Argentinians. I'm sorry. Not a single shot on goal in the first 90 minutes of the game. Okay, granted, the Spaniards didn't score as well, but they shot the ball like 19 times. They tried. They were able to get a shot out there. So it just kind of shows you that the Argentinians did get a lot of favor, a lot of support from FIFA, from the refereeing. It was clear as fucking day, okay? From the VAR, they would discontinue other teams' goals, never the Argentinians. They would review other teams' fouls, never the Argentinians. It was just disgusting, and I don't know how you don't lose respect. I'm sure even Chris, our beloved Chris, probably feels a little bit of shame deep down at how the Argentinian team carried themselves. And they've just literally, like, the next Argentinian international side is going to have to do so much fucking PR work to undo the damage that this team has fucking done. They're going to have to go overboard and be like extra nice. And like anytime they tackle someone, help them up, give them a hug, you know? And maybe have some black players on your team, you know? Look at this. Look at this fucking insane goal. Like, look at this fucking insane foul. But I forgot the guy's foul. Whoops. Look at this. Like, what the fuck, dude? The dude flipped 360 degrees in the air. The dude flipped 360 degrees, man. Look at that. Boing. What the fuck is that, dude? Now, he did finally get a red card for that. He did finally get a red card for that. Oh, we got Chris in chat. Chris says the final match was shit. Honestly, it was embarrassing. Enzo was an idiot. Why play so aggressive? It's the final match. Why the fuck go full force on a ball you know you weren't going to make it? It was pretty embarrassing for the Argentinians. I appreciate you admitting that, Chris. As an Argentina fan yourself, that is big of you, sir. Like, look at this. Practically murdering the fucking guy, dude. On the pitch. And I hate that player. The guy who did that foul, was that Enzo? What a piece of shit. Enzo Fernandez is the biggest thug. In Arabic, we have a word for it, wuzz. There's no direct equivalent for it in English. Maybe thug is the closest, but thug has like a different connotation here, I feel. He's just a pure wuzz. Wuzz, like, keep looking at all his fucking tattoos. Have you guys seen his fucking tattoos on his back? He has the douchiest fucking tattoos. Let me try to find them. He has the worst tattoos. Enzo back tattoos. Let's see. Let's see if I can find them. Oh, is that his tattoo? One of the players has like the most douchebag tattoos of all time. It's like, God, what is it, man? Argentina tattoos. It's like every douchey, it's like a Breaking Bad tattoo, a Vikings tattoo, a Prison Break tramp stamp. And I don't like to use the word tramp stamp. The Argentina tattoos. Let me see if I can find them. This guy. Look at this. Look at these fucking tattoos, yo. Okay, so he has... Can you guys see this? We have Peaky Blinders on one half of his back. This is so bad, dude. You have Vikings. He literally has... what's his name? What's the guy's name in Vikings? Shit. I forgot his name, dude. I watched the fucking show. What was it? What's his name? God. Vikings main character. I need to remember the name. No, what is this? Ragnar. So he has a Ragnar Lothbrok tattoo right here. We got Ragnar Lothbrok. We got Breaking Bad. We got, what's his name? Heisenberg. Ragnar Lothbrok. Heisenberg. We got the Peaky Blinders. We have a Prison Break tattoo on his ass, on his lower back. Is that from The Walking Dead? Or is that from... that might be from The Walking Dead. That might be the Carl from Walking Dead. Like, look at this. Like, if there was ever a douchey, a guide to get the douchiest tattoos, that would be it. Yes, A20 says, bro thinks he's Netflix. Why do you have the Netflix front page on your back, dude? Why do you have the that's such a good comparison. Why the fuck do you have the Netflix front page on your back? Where's Emily in Paris? At least put some more Netflix exclusive there. Stranger Things. Insane. And by the way, I'm not shitting, but I love the Vikings. I love Vikings. I also love Breaking Bad. But first of all, I would never get like an actor's face on my back. Even if I love the show or something, I would find a way to commemorate Breaking Bad. I would find a way to commemorate Vikings. I would find a way to commemorate Peaky Blinders without actually having Cillian Murphy's face on my fucking back, without having the actor from Prison Break, without having the Ragnar actor on my shoulder, without having fucking, I'm blanking on all the actors' names. Who plays Walter White? Again, I'm forgetting all their names. I'm usually good with the stuff. But this is a horrible tattoo. Holy shit, dude. So that's the Argentinian team. This is what you call like a wuzz tattoo, Their passes, they're well done. Yeah, they're pretty well done. They're decently done, Let's look at more of their tattoos. What else do they got? We got a big old elephant. I mean, they're well done tattoos, but like just the placement of them, the composition of the tattoos is just fucking bad. This guy's got a whole fucking jungle on his back. What else we got? He's got a whole lion on his back, a photoreal lion. I think one of them, Enzo, has a Oh, look at that. Oh my God, dude. Dude, Argentinians, I'm sorry, have the worst fucking tattoos. They have the worst fucking tattoos, man. Some massive fucking tiger poking out with some foliage. One of them has a Messi tattoo. Oh, look at this guy. Heath Ledger's Why So Serious? Dude. Dude, remember when I was telling you guys to have the ugliest fucking tattoos? I feel like no one believed me. Oh my God, dude. Hideous tattoos. Hideous, hideous, hideous stuff. Genuinely disgusting. Goddamn. Okay, here's another look. Look at when Enzo flips the guy in midair. Look at... We're going to look at this together. Look at this. I'm just going to mute this so that in case, you know, copyright. Boom. Flips this guy in the air. Look at this player right here. This player pretends to be hurt now. That's what's crazy. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom of the screen. Okay, so the foul happens up here. Look down. Once the referee blows the whistle, look at this fucking guy. Pretends to be hurt, throws himself on the ground. So let me remove myself from this camera angle so you guys can properly see. So you have this fucking guy at the bottom now pretending to be injured, okay? He's right here. He pretends to be hurt. Gonna continue. Now look at Messi, okay? The guy's giving the guy a red card. He's like, get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. And Messi, number 10 right here, the little shit rat that he is, points to the other guy, points to this fucking guy who's pretending to be injured. He's like, oh, I'm hurt now. So Messi, after his teammate just almost fucking killed the player, is trying to help his brother out by being like, but no, look, the other guy. The other guy's hurt. Look over there. Look over there. It's like, what? You fucking piece of shit. You little fucking rat. Like, dude, I have lost all respect to this fucking guy. I have lost all respect for this guy. There's not, like, you know what I'm saying? Look at him. He's such a little coward, dude. He's such a little snitch. He's such a little piece of shit trying to talk to the referees and get on the referee's good side every single chance he can. But look at this guy. There's so many pictures of Messi talking to a referee and pointing at someone else. You can make a whole collage. You can probably make a giant Messi face out of all the instances of him being like, how embarrassing. Like, dude, you're the fucking greatest player of all time. Let your fucking skill do the talking. Let your feet do the talking. Let your football playing do the talking. Not your literal fucking mouth. Running your mouth every time a referee makes a call you're not happy with. Like, that should be a tattoo someone should get. Just Messi, be like, look at this guy. Like, this is your legacy now, man. This is your legacy. How old is he? 39 years old? This is how you choose to go out? This is how you choose to go out, like a little coward? Look at that. He's still pointing. He's like, look, but look over there. Don't look at this guy. Look over there. He's still pointing. What the hell? He's still Look, he's still pointing at him. He's not stopping. There's like 6 dudes caring for this guy. Like, hey, are you okay? Are you concussed? Are you alive? He's like, look over there. My friend fell. And again, he's pointing to this little shit. This guy. Oh, I'm in pain. What the fuck is this? This is the most Israeli stuff ever. I'm sorry, guys. This is the most spiritually Israeli football playing I've ever seen in my life. We're the victims at all times. We broke this guy's foot, but no, we're the ones who are injured. And like, come on, man. Constant victim mentality while the whole tournament has been rigged for you to get to the final so that FIFA can have their storybook ending. Messi made it to the final again. Here you go. You can all watch your GOAT at the final. It's literally about ratings and promotions and selling fucking ads. They were worried that if Argentina doesn't make it at least to the fucking semifinals, people are going to tune out. They're going to stop watching. They're not going to watch the World Cup. There aren't going to be enough eyeballs on their fucking commercials. They're not going to be able to charge as much for their ad space. It's all a big fucking farce. It's all a big fucking marketing ploy. And now look. Over a 5-week period, they have undone this man's legitimately great football career. But then it also makes you question, like, was he that great? Was he that good? Like, is this what happened? Like, now people are going back and questioning 2022. People are going back and watching footage and, like, reanalyzing every single match from the 2022 World Cup. Like, did FIFA do that in 2022? But we were too blind to see. Were we too blind to see? But then when you watch the Netherlands game, you can kind of tell that, no, yeah, they can't. It was kind of, you know, I'm not saying it was rigged, but it's embarrassing stuff. And look at this here. Look at this here. Lionel Messi called for Marc Cucurella to be sent off for covering his mouth while speaking to him. So at one point, guys, like I wish I could show you the footage. Literally, like the Spanish guy was in front of Messi. He just like said something. Now in football, there's the assumption that if you're having a fight or an argument, in the middle of a heated argument in football, if one of the players covers their mouth, it is kind of like an offense because they might be saying some kind of like an insult or maybe something racist and they don't want like the cameras to catch it, or like maybe they're trying to muffle their voice. So usually that's seen as like a bad thing if you're fighting with someone and you do that. But these guys weren't even arguing. The guy just walked towards Messi, put his hand on his mouth for like 1 second, maybe 2 seconds. I don't know what the guy fucking told him, but Messi instantly saw that the guy's hand was on his mouth, turned around and raised his hand to call for the referee. Again, yet again, in the final, just such a little coward, such a little bitch boy. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Now, if the guy did say something genuinely offensive or something, then sure, but I don't think he did. I don't think that he did. But again, it's just another instance. It's just another moment where Lionel Messi is just walking around and it's either him pointing at a referee or pointing at someone, or now he's like raising his hand like he's asking for the teacher. Hey, miss, this guy told me this mean thing. That's all it is. That's all it is. So again, embarrassing stuff from Messi. And this, yeah, the Argentinians who did this suddenly talking about respect. So this was in 2022 after Argentina beat France in the final. They had like a little dummy of Kylian Mbappe that they were carrying on their bus celebrating the victory. And apparently they were chanting racist stuff. And apparently they've done that before. A lot of the players are on video chanting like Mbappe's family isn't even from France. And the French had to import a bunch of Africans to play for them. That's like a very popular chant that they chant in Argentina. And you had fucking players from the Argentinian national team chanting that. And keep in mind that Lionel Messi was Kylian Mbappe's teammate in Paris Saint-Germain and PSG. So, like, he plays with the guy. Like, can you imagine being teammates with someone and still having so much disrespect for your teammate that you allow the rest of your team to carry, like, a little baby version doll of the guy, and some of your players occasionally chanting racist chants towards your teammate and one of the greatest players that is currently playing today? So, just again, nasties. And I hate their goalkeeper. And here, just look at this. This was after the game. This was after the game. Look at this fucking guy, dude. So this is after the game. Now, this stuff wasn't captured by the actual, like, cameras. This was all captured on cell phones and fans kind of just filming this stuff and filming the field. Look at this. This guy runs towards this player, tackles him. Then the guy gets up, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Chokes him. Then he drops this other player that's there to, like, defend his friend. Dude, they're fucking unhinged, man. Literal thugs, dude. Literal fucking thugs. There's no other way to, like, describe these fuckers. How can I make my camera? I'm just trying to make myself a little smaller. Let me see. Can I please? Come on. Let me see if I can use this mouse. Nope. Sorry, guys. Can you guys see the violence? Let me remove myself for a second. Look at this. Boink. Trips him. Then he gets up. He's going to choke him. Like, look, good. Chokes him literally. Like, can you imagine how this guy treats, like, his partner at home? His girlfriend or his wife? Then shoves this other Spanish player onto the floor. Grabs him again from the face. And this other Argentinian thug runs to him. Like, dude, honestly, I just wish one of them punched him in the face. Like, why didn't the guy who got choked, why didn't he just punch him in the face? I'm so tempted to jump in there and defend the guy, you know, from him. Like, I want to fucking do the defend. Dude, I'll fight him. You don't want to fight him? I'll fight him. Let me in, coach. Let me in. Unhinged motherfuckers, dude. Unhinged. Sore fucking losers. Ugh, dude, disgusting. Like, how can, genuinely, like, how can you see this and, like, still support? Like, if you have no connection to Argentina as a country, now's the time to jump off ship. Now's the time to get off the ship. You have no reason to defend this. You have no reason to. You know? And this is like one of the assistant coaches. Okay? This is like one of the assistant coaches. I don't know who the fuck he is. I think he's an assistant coach. Look at this. Okay, he's going to punch the blonde guy in the neck. Like, this is a top-down issue. This is a top-down issue. This is a management issue. The players are following their fucking coaches. Like, everyone's a piece of shit thug on that team. Everyone, from top to bottom. It's a whole thing. Look at that, dude. Like, these guys need to be kicked out of fucking FIFA, man. Like, be reprimanded. They have to be fined. They have to be banned from multiple games. This can't fucking stand. People have been banned for way less than this. People have been banned for way less than fucking this, dude. And again, punch him in the face. Like, the Spanish guys are like, they're being way too nice. They're being way too diplomatic about this. Like, dude, fucking punch him in the face. Hit him in the face. In Minecraft, of course, but like, what is this? The guy just punched you in the neck. Both of them. Like, guys, come on. Like, I get it. They don't want to be fined, and they don't want to be on. Like, the guy literally reached for you. He punched you in the neck. I think you have every right to self-defense in this case. Just fucking pop him in the face. Real quick left hook in the face, dude. Holy shit, like, the Spaniards were way too respectful. And thank God they were playing against such a respectable team and respectful players like these Spanish people. Because anyone else would have fucking killed these fuckers. And this is the Spanish side celebrating while the Argentinian players turn their backs, don't even look at him, and stand there solemnly. Look at that. Just horrible. Not even acknowledging the champions, not even like... And after, they're the ones playing dirty. Like, they're acting like the Spanish team was playing dirty, and then they ended up winning, so like, we're going to protest this somehow. It's like, you motherfuckers are out there playing like fucking thugs, and you lost fair and square. You didn't even have a shot on goal for 90 minutes. You idiots. You buffoons. Crazy, bro. Insane. And look at the difference. This is the Spanish goalkeeper accepting his golden glove as the best goalkeeper of the tournament. Look at that classy smile. Look at that beautiful Spanish smile. Happy, classy, you know? And then look at the Argentinian player from 4 years ago. Literally, like, what the fuck are you doing? He's fucking the golden glove. That was 4 years ago, and in front of a bunch of shiuch. You know, like, not that it matters. There's a sheikh, but like, he's in fucking Qatar, where like people are way more conservative, you know? What the fuck is this? Again, it's just wazawis. I don't know what the word is for it in English. Maybe it's thug, but I want you all to learn this word. Wuzze. Wuzze is the singular form, okay? He is a wuzze. W-O-Z-Z-E. Let me write that for you guys in the chat. Wuzze, or the plural word for wuzze, which is multiple thugs, is wazawis. Wazawis. Okay, so singular, this man. Marriages. Oh, sorry, not marriages. I got what the fuck? Autocorrect. There we go. What the fuck is marriages? Oh, is it auto-translate? That's so stupid. It's auto-translated. It doesn't mean marriages. I don't know what language wazawis means marriage, not in Arabic. It just means wuzz, as in just like, ugh, bro, just a fucking... Look at this fucking guy. Look at his dumb fucking face. Look at his dumb face, dude. This is a nice little tweet from Weevo. He says, you could have retired 4 years ago, my friend. You could have retired in the middle of that sympathy wave you created before the last World Cup. The world was turning a blind eye to the idea that you're a thief and emotion was in control. But now you're getting with your name. But now you're retiring with your name as a thief, retiring while the whole planet hates you and your filthy national team. Indeed, the thief is always greedy. Always greedy. Look, his dumbass crying face. Also, just this is, I love the shade here. I love the shade from Cristiano Ronaldo. So Cristiano Ronaldo liked an Instagram video accusing FIFA of corruption and alleging that they helped Argentina reach the World Cup final. Ronaldo, you deserve to be petty. You deserve to be petty. If anyone deserves to be a petty little bitch right now and to like anti-Argentina, anti-Messi posts, it is this man. This man deserves it. Okay, this man has been in the conversation as being a GOAT, and he is. Cristiano Ronaldo is a fantastic fucking football player, okay? Regardless of what people think of his personality and stuff, he is a fantastic football player. And you can argue that, like, the Portuguese national team is, like, shittier than the Argentinian national team. Ronaldo has a tougher time making it farther in the World Cup because, it's, like, the Portuguese team isn't... They're still a very strong team, but, like, they're not as good as, like, the Argentinian team or other sides. So, like, he can't carry the whole fucking team. You know, and plus he's getting older and stuff. They do have great players. I'm not saying that he's the best, but like he is allowed to be a petty little bitch because it's always been Cristiano Ronaldo's an asshole and Messi's the nice little humble angel. Ronaldo's the asshole, Messi's the humble angel. How many times have you heard that? For how many years have you heard that? And now finally, the world gets to see how shitty Messi is, which will make Ronaldo, look, he's not a good guy. Again, he lives in Saudi Arabia. He's more than happy to accept Saudi Arabian money, launder their image, not talk about the fact of the crimes that they're committing in Yemen. But like now, you know, he seems less shitty, you know? He's not as shitty as before. You know what I mean? Lil Shaitan says, without Messi, the Argentinian team will be nothing. Well, absolutely. But like without Ronaldo, they'd also kind of be shit, no? But anyways, he's allowed to. Let's see the post that he
Argentina, que es una selección que tendría que haber sido eliminada desde hace aproximadamente 5 partidos.
You can see he liked by Cristiano right here. So he's like, all right, hell yeah. My time to shine, baby. One more World Cup.
Con gracias a la ayuda de la FIFA, que es una de las instituciones más corruptas del planeta Tierra, y por lo tanto a mí no me da ningún...
Moish getting a little douchebaggy in the chat, huh? Says, bro, what? The Portuguese... Okay, the Portuguese team is great, dude. Granted, I know Portugal has been one of the, like, is the top, I would say, top 2 teams without a World Cup. Them and Netherlands, I'm shocked that they don't have a World Cup yet. So, and I haven't watched any football in a while. But tone down the rhetoric, or I'm blocking your ass, motherfucker. Not dealing with it. I've had a shitty fucking morning today. I'm in no mood, Moish. So either tone it down, or I'm kicking your ass out.
Ningún miedo a Argentina, me da mucho miedo Infantino. Así, para empezar la mañana con energía. Yo creo que vamos a jugar no contra Argentina, sino contra toda la institución al completo de la FIFA que quiere darle el Mundial a Messi, igual que ya pasó hace 4 años en Qatar.
El precio de las entradas convierte la experiencia popular en una posibilidad solo para unas élites.
Precios populares no son, desde luego.
Y es que el fútbol es un deporte popular que ha dejado de serlo. Yo creo que la FIFA es un organismo abyecto, mafioso, vergonzoso.
Mafia. They're literally calling it a fucking mafia.
Que el fútbol sobrevive pese a el comportamiento de este organismo perturbador y que aún así vamos a disfrutar de un partido, pero no porque la FIFA haya puesto las condiciones.
Argentina, que es una selección que tendría que haber sido eliminada.
So let us move on. So that's the World Cup. Let me just, sorry, 1 second. All right, we're going to move on to the next topic. Let me just cut to my camera real quick while I open up a bunch of links. Oops, not here. Okay. We're going to talk about the Iran war real quick. Not that quick. And then we're going to move on to... It's going to be a long stream, guys, so buckle up. If you're here for the H3 content, maybe give it a couple of minutes because we're going to be talking about some other stuff in the meantime. Also, TMKFTC says, you're so fucking stupid if you believe it was staged. Motherfucker, I don't believe it was staged. The whole fucking world believes it was fucking staged. Watch the fucking footage and see what was happening. It's clear as fucking day. I'm not telling you the whole World Cup was staged, but the path was made easier. The path was made easier for the Argentinians. Whatever help they could get, they got. And that ended up making a difference. Now, combine all of that help with a world-class football team that they do have, and arguably one of the greatest football players of all time. Having that and all of the support of the FIFA fucking federation behind your fucking back, it's going to make a difference. It's going to help you get a little bit farther in the competition. So stop fucking acting so shocked and don't be so fucking upset that your little bitch boy Messi ate fucking shit. So tuck your tail between your fucking legs and shut the fuck up. Go cry with Netanyahu, fucking Ben Gvir and Smotrich. Guys, I'm in no mood today to fuck around. You guys want to fuck around in chat? Like, you're eating a big shit today. Today's not the day. I'm not feeling gracious at all. So normally, I'll fucking take your shit, but it's not today. I'm really not in the fucking mood. Okay, if go back to the beginning of the stream, woke up dealing with a couple of fucking big things. So just please shut the fuck up. Excuse me for being rude, but I don't got no fucking time for this shit today. Fucking upset that your precious Argentinian team fucking lost. Okay. Moving on to the war in Iran. Let's do that. Okay. Clash report says the Pentagon withheld information about several recent Iranian attacks on U.S. bases in Jordan that injured dozens of American troops and damaged helicopters. Officials say they kept the attack secret for operational security, arguing that releasing details could help Iran target more U.S. forces. Since the war began on February 28, 16 U.S. service members have been killed and more than 400 have been injured. Source, the New York Times. This is a little report from Fox News. And I know Fox is fucked up. I just like watching Fox because it gives you the most extreme view of this thing and kind of comical. Rusher says, hugs from Ireland, Anthony. Well, thanks so much, Rusher. I send you some hugs right back. Okay, what's happening here? Come on.
Expert, how fourth month with no end in sight, and we may be creeping closer to a wider war. Let's find out more from national security expert Hal Kempfer joining us live. Hal, thank you. What's on top of your mind tonight?
Well, Brian, what's on my mind is, of course, whatever happened in Iraq. One person was hurt, another service member was killed. It was supposed to be a controlled detonation, not quite sure what happened, what went wrong, but obviously something happened. The other thing is there was a missing in action, along with the two service members that were killed over in Jordan. Missing in action was reported. They found remains today. They're trying to figure out if those remains could be that missing service member. So obviously it's a kind of a very sad story of what's out there. But overall, we're seeing more kinetic action, more strikes. And we saw the Iranians hitting that Kuwaiti desalination plant and power plant for a second time, making it very clear the Iranians are going after critical infrastructure of the Gulf states. That could cause a big shift politically with the Gulf states from a defensive to maybe taking a more active role in stopping these Iranian threats.
I was going to ask you, do U.S. casualties get us closer to boots on the ground inside Iran?
I think that's very much something the president's weighing right now. I have no doubt that there are courses of action that involve boots on the ground. I kind of look at because of our focus on the Strait of Hormuz, I really look at the islands out there.
Oh my God, that's the last thing they fucking need. Remember, who was it? Was it the Iranian defense minister who was like, we're waiting for them. He's like, we're going to send troops on the ground. He's like, well, we are fucking waiting for them. Fucking send them on the ground. The IRGC is looking forward to like defending their land on land, dude. It's never a good idea to send in troops on someone else's fucking territory. First of all, it's never a good idea to start a war with a sovereign nation that has done nothing to get in the way of your country. Of course, now they're pretending that the Israelis said that the Iranians are planning to murder Donald Trump or whatever the fuck the lies they're creating this time.
Greater Tomb, Lesser Tomb. I look at those right off because we've been doing strikes here, but also those are claimed as sovereign territory by the UAE. So it's not just taking those islands, but who would occupy those islands. That's kind of a set thing. And now look at some of the other islands that are out there, Iraq and Hormuz.
Dude, Jordan. Again, I'm flying back to Lebanon through Jordan. I'm flying with Jordanian Airlines. So my hope now is that Iran doesn't bomb the Jordanian airport before or after I get there or while I'm there. You know, if you want to bomb the airport later, while you've evacuated everyone, of course, you know, but please, I'm supposed to go home. I'm leaving Thursday morning, flying to Jordan. And then I have a 2-hour layover in Jordan, then flying from Jordan back to Lebanon. And Jordan is being bombed right now. Why? Because of the U.S. I don't blame Iran for this, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even blame Iran if Iran blew up the Jordanian airport and I'm stuck here. Or like whatever the fuck. There are way bigger problems. If Iran blows up the Jordanian airport, me being stuck here is not the problem. But like, this is all the U.S.'s fault. This is all their fucking fault, bro. It's the U.S. and Israel starting this fucking war. And I agree with Iran's response. Iran attacking U.S. allies in the region, attacking U.S. bases in the region, that is the right thing to do. Unless you prefer Iran attack you here at home. You know what I mean? So what they're doing now is they're attacking U.S. allies, bases, whatever they can, whatever American tech they can get their hands on, they can get their rockets on. That's what they're going to do. And that's what they're doing. So it only makes sense. And even if it affects me negatively, it's the right thing to do, and they have every single right to fucking do it. They have every single right to defend their land. They have every single right to defend their resources, their civilian infrastructure, their civilians, their people from the Americans and the Israelis. And that's not me defending the Iranian regime. That's not me telling you that Iran and the Iranian government is a government that I respect or is a government that I like, but I definitely support them over supporting the U.S. and Israel. I definitely support them defending their people from this unjust war. Do I support them killing their own protesters? I don't believe they killed 55,000 protesters, but they definitely killed thousands of protesters. They are definitely an oppressive regime that oppresses their people. I know enough Iranian people in real life that have told me that themselves. They're not the sort of Iranians that support the U.S. bombing Iran, not at all. And this is giving, if you think this is making us feel conflicted, can you imagine what Iranians feel? Iranians that have to suffer at the hands of their government daily, but who now have to support that same government that oppresses them against a bigger oppressor. Put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian that is going through that has suffered daily at the hands of their government, that now has to support that same government as they fight a bigger evil. And that's always fucked up. And we're kind of in a similar situation in Lebanon, sometimes with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a resistance force, but Hezbollah has also done a lot to hurt Lebanese people. But then once we're fighting Israel, you have to put that aside. You have to put that aside and support the bigger cause, support the bigger idea, support the lesser of two evils. And I'm not saying that Hezbollah is an evil per se, but they have certainly done things to hurt us. And myself personally, I can point to a few instances where I was directly hurt by the actions of Hezbollah. But, so...
Obviously, much bigger operations if we were to do something like that, but certainly something to consider. And then, of course, the president's talked about Kark Island. That's a pretty big one. That's the one with 90% of the oil comes out of Kark Island. But
Narwhal says victims don't need to be perfect. You shouldn't have to explain. This is outrageous. Of course, but just to make sure, you know what I mean? Because we do have some viewers from Iran as well, and I do want to make sure that they understand that I also sympathize with them, and I understand their situation back home, and I know that they are now having some people support the government outright, but there's a large portion of the population that does not support the government, but that does support defending their land, and that are anti-U.S. and anti-Israel and anti-imperialist. So it's this it's a complicated issue, but there's nothing complicated about war. There is an aggressor, and there's a victim in this case, and in this case, the victims are the Iranians.
those are, on the one hand, Kark Island is the crown jewel of their oil industry. It's also their Achilles heel.
How reports that U.S. strikes hit a nuclear reactor under development, does that necessarily mean that Iran might be working on a bomb?
I don't know. That's interesting that they even hit that. And of course, you got to keep in mind, Brian, that they tend to hide all the stuff they're doing. They tend to obscure it under other things with, if you will say, cover activities of what they're doing. So it's very possible that they had something going on there that was tied to maybe developing a bomb or developing some sort of nuclear weapon of any type. So maybe that's why it was hit. Now, we didn't hit an active nuclear power plant. That was one of the things that was first. It seemed a little confusing on that. This was one that was under development, but it's very possible.
Bless you for not hitting an active nuclear power plant and avoiding an accidental nuclear explosion from going off.
They could have had something going there. Obviously, we're not going to hit it unless there's some very valid reason, some solid intelligence as to why it needed to be struck.
How do we get back to plans for peace?
It's going to take a while. I'm not holding my breath. I think there's going to be more kinetic activity.
Kinetic activity. Ooh, that's nice. That's a new way to call war crimes. I've never heard that one before. There's going to be a lot of war crimes. I mean, kinetic activity. We're going to be very kinetic, okay? We're not going to be static. It's going to be exciting. Lots of kinetic activity going around. Kinetic energy.
We're seeing a growing schism in Tehran between the hardliner Revolutionary Guard Corps and the other parts of the regime. The president, the head of the legislature, who's Galibaf, who's been also the lead of their negotiating team, and then Foreign Minister Rakshi. There seems to be this growing gap between what they've been trying to negotiate and what the hardliners are doing. We'll see if that continues. We'll see if anything else goes on there. And of course, now we have this amazing story that's out there that the Israelis tried to actually recruit, or did recruit, a former Iranian president who was very anti-Israel and You can't make stuff like that up. It's just stuff.
Fuck Israel, bro. This is... So here we have, I think, a photo of one of the 2 confirmed deceased soldiers that died in the Jordanian base. She's a 19-year-old, bro. Literal child. Our hearts are heavy today for 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Carrollton, Texas. This brave young soldier was killed Friday in Iranian missile and drone attacks on a U.S. base in Jordan. At just 19, she selflessly answered the call to defend our nation. Her courage and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Yeah, I'm sorry. Being deployed in a Jordanian base and then being killed in a war with Iran that had no reason to fucking exist, that is not her answering the call to defend your nation. She did nothing to defend your nation. And she sacrificed her life for nothing. What did she sacrifice her life for? What did she die for? What did she die to stop? How is the U.S. now safer that she's dead? Sending deepest condolences and prayers to her family, friends, and all who loved her. May God wrap you in comfort and grant her eternal peace. Thank you for your service, Isabella. You are a true hero. Now listen, I'm not going to hear, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from me from people who sign up to the U.S. military and who willingly get deployed to third world countries with the knowledge that they might have to shoot some Arabs at some point, shoot some Muslims that have done nothing to hurt them, they have no reason to be there. Now, to be fair, she was in Jordan, a U.S. ally, but I mean, she was probably deployed there to be ready to act against another country, Iran or something. I'm not going to celebrate what happened to this person. Absolutely not. But you're also not going to get my sympathy because I could have been a victim of this person. Palestinians could have been victims of this person. People in Yemen could have been victims of this person. Afghanistan, Iran, anywhere. These are weapons at the end of the day. American soldiers are U.S. trained weapons that are deployed to kill, essentially. To kill and occupy land. So, you know, she's 19. She had a long life to live. It's definitely sad to see a young 19-year-old. Maybe, you know, she had poor economic conditions and signed up to the military because she was trying to get out of poverty. Maybe she was trying to help her family get out of poverty. Maybe she wanted to go to college and couldn't afford a college education. So she thought that her only way to get a college education was by joining the military. So that's not an excuse to go kill brown people. You know, wanting to get free college and get healthcare should not be an excuse to go kill brown people. So I also keep that in mind. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, like, seeing that this young 19-year-old passed away for no fucking reason isn't going to be somewhat upsetting, you know? And I understand people that are going to mourn her, etc., of course, you know? But you want to join the military? You know the risks. Those are the risks. You're going to be deployed in the Middle East in a country you have no business being in, fighting a war that should not exist. These things are going to happen. So my sympathy and my empathy in these situations are limited. It's limited. My empathy and sympathy goes to the victims, always. And the victims in this case are not the United States military. The victims are the Iranians right now, the Palestinians, Lebanese people. Any other Arab country that is under oppression, not just Arab countries, any country on earth that is under the oppression of the U.S., Israel, any other country, these are the victims, not the oppressors. And I know sometimes these young people sign up to the military and they think they're doing the right thing and they're just doing it for this or they're doing it for the healthcare. Ultimately, when they're shooting brown people, it doesn't matter. They all look the same. The Arab you're shooting in the face, or the drone, you know, like the Arab who you just dropped a drone on, doesn't know that you only joined the military because you needed healthcare. They don't know that you joined the military just because you couldn't afford college and you wanted a free ride through college. They don't know that. They're going to die either way. So it doesn't matter if she dropped a drone on someone or if she fired a bullet that killed a child. It doesn't matter if she did it or if the guy that Bradley Cooper played, an American sniper who was willingly and happily murdering people, or if Graham Plattner did it. You know, it doesn't matter if you did it or if Graham Plattner shot it and then pissed on your corpse. The person is still going to be dead. So it doesn't really matter what your intentions were. The result is still the same. You're still murdering people. You're still occupying land. So it doesn't matter. We have another. This is the second victim. A dad of 3, apparently. So this tweet says, this is one of the many reasons why I would never let my children serve in the U.S. military. Every day we are fed this propaganda that freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me. Sorry, this is my colonized mind, having watched Team America when I was younger. A movie that was racist towards Arabs. This is where Durka Durka came from. Yet I know all the songs. I really need to decolonize my mind. Every day we're fed this propaganda that freedom isn't free. Our soldiers defend the U.S. and our freedom. No, that's not true at all. Americans have to wake up and realize there are many countries across the globe. Okay, it's whatever. So this is just one of the American airmen who lost his life in the KC-135 crash in Iraq. Oh, this is okay, I didn't know there was a plane that crashed in Iraq. What is this? Has been identified as Alex Klinner. Klinner leaves behind a wife, a 2-year-old, and 7-month-old twins. Absolutely heartbreaking. Pray for the Klinner family. So, yeah. This guy signed up for the military. Air Force pilot, so he might have already killed a bunch of people. Or he's been trained to kill Arabs. He's been trained to drop bombs. He's been trained to murder people, destroy infrastructure, whether civilian, whether government, whatever it is. This guy's a trained weapon. You know? Look, he's sweet with his own kids. That's nice. Do the people he bombs, do they not have children, though? You know, when he bombs houses, when he bombs facilities, when he bombs power plants, when he bombs desalinization plants, is he not hurting people that are doing the exact same thing, but they're maybe a little bit more brown? Maybe a little bit more hair on their face or hair on their arms? So, you sign up to the military, there are risks. You sign up to kill other people, there's a chance that you're going to get hurt and you're going to get killed. So just keep that in mind before blindly joining the U.S. military. You know? Pete Hegseth says, if you kill Americans, we will hunt you down without apology, and we will kill you.
Being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation.
Dismal McFizzle sends a clarification, says KC-135s are refuelers. They support the bombers. So he's out there. So he's not bombing people, but he's out there refueling bombers, huh? He's out there helping them refuel. You're running out of fuel. You're not going to be able to bomb those civilians. Here, let me refuel you. Let me make sure. So he's an important cog in the machine, you know? He might just be a cog in the machine. He might not be directly pressing, you know, releasing the explosives, but he's out there refueling them. I'm going to make sure you got enough fuel so you can keep killing. Let's go. Let's go. Here you go. You got enough fuel? There you go. Roger, roger.
And we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran.
Dizzle, you're right. Dizzle says, at the end of the day, that boy was a part of a system that kills babies. Exactly. Dizzle McFizzle, we love you, sir. Thank you for the important insight. And thank you for being a member, sir. And always a valuable source of information on this channel.
On hell-bent on prophetic Islamist.
I'm curious, are any of the fuckers that I yelled at over the football game still watching? Just curious. Say hi if you're here, boys. You'll have my extra respect if you're still here. If not, you're exactly what I thought you were.
Delusions cannot have nuclear weapons. Being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
Okay, so I find that funny. So you start a war that you're not supposed to start. You kill people. But if they kill you back, then you're going to kill them again? You fool me, you can't get fooled again. What was it, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. Okay, so what are we doing here? What are we doing? We killed you for no reason. Oh, you defended yourself? You killed us back, but we're going to kill you again. We're going to kill you again. What the fuck is this stupid American macho jingoism? What is happening here, man? How's this guy head of the Department of War?
Being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
Unless you're Palestinian American. If you're Palestinian American and the Israelis kidnap you or kill you, no response from the Americans. Zero response. How many stories of Palestinian Americans that were deserted in Gaza, that were stuck in Gaza and were just trying to get back home or something, were just abandoned by the U.S. government as they died? The U.S. government doesn't give a shit of dual citizens, by the way. They really only give a shit about like white Americans. That's the Americans they're talking about. If you're Lebanese American and you just lost your home in the South, good luck getting help from the U.S. government. If you're Lebanese American and your neighborhood just got razed to the ground in South Lebanon, good luck getting help from the U.S. If you're Lebanese American and you just got killed by Israel in Palestine or in South Lebanon or in Iran, if you're Iranian American, they're not going to give a shit. They're not going to defend you. You don't count. Don't you know we don't count? I'm not really an American when it comes to these people. I'm only an American when it counts, or like when it's convenient, when it's to get like a census and maybe they want to show like diversity or whatever. But like, I'm not, my life doesn't matter. If I were to get killed right now in Lebanon and be like, hey, this American citizen just died in Lebanon, you think anything would fucking happen? You think anything would happen to the Israeli army? Countless Palestinian Americans got killed in Palestine. Did that get, did you vow revenge and did you vow to kill them and hunt them down? Did you hunt down the Israeli Nazis who killed American Palestinians, who are killing Lebanese Americans right now in southern Lebanon, that are killing American Iranians right now? Are you hunting them down, or are you funding them? Are you arming them? Are you doing the killing yourself?
President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regime.
Reese says they're only American when it's tax day. Exactly. Only when you can benefit, right? When you need to collect your taxes.
Regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. Being an American means something unbreakable.
Trump made a catastrophic miscalculation. Let's see.
3 American service members were killed in action over the past few days as the United States and Iran inch closer and closer to a return to all-out war. U.S. Central Command announced yesterday the death of an...
Zaytun Zero said, just saw the voice of Hind Rajab recently. It crushed the living shit out of me. See, I can't watch that movie. I feel like I don't even need to watch it. I know what's going to happen if I watch it. I know how I'm going to feel. And I feel like at least like Arabs, I feel like foreigners need to watch these films. I think us as Arabs, we don't need to sit through these things because like our daily lives are like that. Every time we turn on the news, we're watching the voice of Hind Rajab in one way or another. You know, every time we open social media and we see all the posts of what's happening in our region, in our country, in our backyard, we are witnessing the voice of Hind Rajab. Every day there are tens of Hind Rajabs that are being killed and they're being butchered. So I feel like I don't need to expose myself to this movie. I don't want to, you know? So I feel like these things are good to maybe open up the eyes of people living abroad. But like me, I can't watch. I don't even want to consider watching that film. I don't feel like I need to. I don't want to. I feel it would be simply too painful. But I think things like that are probably essential viewing for non-Americans. I do very much recommend that Americans watch this stuff, especially if you kind of want to understand the evil of Israel on a more visceral level. But like, to me, we experience that every day. We experience that stuff every day. I can't bring myself to watch that film, honestly. It would just destroy me. I know that, so it's like I can't.
American soldier in northern Iraq who was killed during the disposal of a downed Iranian drone. Two U.S. soldiers were also killed on Friday in Jordan during an Iranian missile barrage, and one is still missing. The latest fatalities raising the death toll of American military personnel in the Iran war to 17, while hundreds of other troops have been injured. The two sides, meanwhile, are continuing to exchange fire. The U.S. announced a new round of strikes overnight for the 9th consecutive night, as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the loss of U.S. soldiers, quote, only stiffens our resolve. Iran says at least 50 people, meanwhile, have been killed and more than 500 injured since the U.S. resumed its bombing.
I'm sorry, pause. I hate the use of the word stiffens. It only stiffens. Motherfucker, don't be talking about anything getting stiff, you fucking creep. It stiffened. My penis stiffened at the thought of the dead Iranians.
Campaign. In return, Tehran is once again targeting U.S. bases and other sites across the Gulf, including attacks on a power and water treatment plant in Kuwait. As for what comes next, well, a senior Iranian government official told MS Now that the memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran is no longer valid, quote. And a senior foreign diplomat inside Tehran who is linked to the negotiations told MS Now, quote,
negotiations?
There is no hope of peace in the near future. Joe, I mean, we knew the MOU was not holding up. I think
Joe Scarborough. Morning, Joe.
A little surprising the speed with which both sides, or at least the Iranians, have acknowledged this is done, it's over. And the question now, do we bumble along? I mean, oil prices are up, but not massively. We're not over $100 a barrel yet this morning, although we hear that supplies are very low. So where does this take us?
Well, I think we bumble along. We bumble along, David Ignatius, because there's not much of a choice to do anything else. The president tried to get an MOU that Iran would accept. The terms were worse for the United States than Kaiser Wilhelm II had to sign at the end of World War I at Versailles. We were giving $500 billion to the Iranians. We all know.
So is he happy the war is continuing? I don't even know what the American consensus is over this, right? I feel like the Democrats... Is everyone kind of in agreement with this war? I think like Democrats aren't, but like who gives a shit what Democrats think at this point?
The president took sanctions off of Iran and allowed them to sell oil in a way they hadn't since 1979. It didn't change their behavior at all. In fact, things got even worse. So now the president's going back to understanding he's going to have to show strength.
Oh my God, yeah, no. So the Republicans are definitely drinking the Kool-Aid. They like this war. We got to go show some force. We got to show some force. Villamina, lovely member and patron. Thank you so much, Villamina. Says 60% of Americans oppose the war. That's good to know.
With the Iranians, but this from the Washington Post, your newspaper this morning, that the president's talking about the possibility of a more expansive war, but they're limited in how far they can expand that war by a limitation on munitions, both long-range munitions and also the sort of weapons that they would need to continue this fight for a long time, and even the possibility of ground troops, which the president refuses to rule out. Even that possibility right now limited by all the damage in Iran. So what is the next move? It's a question we've been asking since the middle of March, and the answer is no more clear. There is no easy answer, is there?
No, there isn't. We've spoken, commenting on that.
Stop the fucking war, man. That's a pretty easy answer. Stop the killing. Bring back all the troops. Stop the killing. Stop sending jets to destroy civilian infrastructure. Stop destroying desalinization plants. Stop killing Iranians. That's a good way to start. How about that? There's a pretty easy answer. They always try to make it seem more complicated. Well, we can't stop the war machine now. There's too many moving parts. We can't stop it. Yes, you can, actually. It's one phone call. Literally one phone call from the president. And you can stop this whole fucking thing in just 1 second. But they want to make you think that they can't. It's impossible. You can't do it. No way, you know? And there's the election cycle coming up, and there's like... Grandma Caprio sends a $2 dono. Thank you so much, Grandma. I miss saying that. Both my grandmothers are dead, folks. Grandma, thank you for making me feel like I have a grandma watching here. Says, all my uncles are war criminals. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Grandma. Thank you so much for the support.
This for the last month or so about a term that's used in chess where every move you make makes your situation worse. And I fear this may be one of those situations. The Washington Post headline this morning says the U.S. teeters on the brink of all-out war with Iran. That's a frightening thought that we could be drawn so deep into a conflict that President Trump clearly wants to get out of.
They have lit the Middle East on fire. If Iran starts bombing almost every single Middle Eastern country that has U.S. bases or that are allies to the U.S., this is ushering in such, and it's already looking so bad. And I can't believe I literally have to fly into Jordan in 2 days. Like, am I going to get hit by a fucking Iranian missile while I'm on the plane? I might. And folks, if I do, I would like to share with you my final will and testament. All of my Lego Star Wars will go to my cousin George. My cousin George and Elias can split the Lego Star Wars, okay? They can decide who wants what. You will keep it. Elias, you get to keep Rivendell. You get to keep Rivendell. He loves Lord of the Rings, so Elias gets to keep Rivendell. Demi gets to keep whatever set she wants to keep, of course, out of all the Lego. The cats, who can take care of the cats? I think Demi would have to take care of the cats. If it's too complicated with introducing them to your cats, Elias can take the cats. And whatever money I have left, can go to my family or whatever, But... yeah, take care of my cats, take care of my Lego. That's all I can say.
But knows that he can't get out of it now because the Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway. I've written that maybe Trump should just find a way to keep his mouth shut and
Chris, you're getting a gripper. Chris, you get to keep both grippers. You can keep Evie. Chris, you get to keep Evie and 2 gripper cups, okay? 2 gripper cups. That way, anytime you miss him, you can just shake him. Give him a shake. You guys want to see the 2 grippers? 1 second. Ugh. This is my gripper cup, which, Chris, you will take over the gripper. And this is your gripper. Still sealed. Look at that. Don't you? You better, if you try to sell this later, Chris, I will come after you. You better be opening this gripper and enjoying a lovely drink out of the gripper. So you get to keep 2 grippers. Look at that. Okay, enough grippers. God, where do I put these fucking things? Right here. Yes, Chris, 2 dildos for you, exactly. One for that's all I'm gonna say. One for your X and one for your Y.
Walk away from this, keep the pressure on Iran, but not continue towards ground.
I might have to unseal your gripper because I might need to stuff some stuff in there, like T-shirts or something, because I have no room in my bag. So, Chris, I cannot guarantee that the seal will remain on here. I might have to put some socks in here, okay? I'm going to put some dirty socks and dirty boxers in here, but the seal might have to come off, Chris. Or at least I'll open the seal from the top. I'll put a T-shirt in there because I need to pack stuff in this. I don't have room to just put a hollow cup like this. These gripper cups are going to be filled with things to transport back in the bag, so I kept the seal just to be polite for now, but it's coming off. The seal is coming off, and I'm putting shit in the cups because I got no room in the bag.
Invasion or other radical escalation, but Joe, it's one of those situations that reminds you of the very worst moments in history, where a war begins. People think it's going to last a short time. In World War I, the generals thought the troops would be home by Christmas when they went to war in August 19.
What? Sorry, did I disconnect? Can you guys still see me? Okay. Sorry, I thought I had lost you guys for a second. Chris, you're going to get the cleanest clothes in there. Don't worry, I'm going to put clean stuff. The dirty boxers go in my gripper cup. My gripper cup. I already know which one's my gripper cup.
1914, and we all know the just nightmarish carnage that followed. I've begun to wonder if this isn't a little bit like what Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda did to the United States. Their strategy was to draw us deeper and deeper. They wanted the war to continue. They wanted us to invade Afghanistan. They wanted to draw us into a field of conflict where over time they would
Guys, I'm not even listening to this fucking guy. Let me read, because I'm like, what if I die in Jordan? We're on my way. This is so fucked.
Stretch us out and detritus us. So that's one fear I have. But I have to say, in this moment, the choices that President Trump faces are pretty much all bad.
Yeah, they are. And David French.
The choices you mean the consequences for his own actions? All the choices. He has difficult decisions to make. He started this whole fucking thing. He got us into this whole fucking mess. Him and Israel.
Let's circle back.
They're making it seem like this thing happened and now the president has to deal with it. Motherfucker, he started this fucking shit show.
And go back to the MOU for a second, something that we have to do, because if the United States gave the Iranians those terms, gave them $500 billion, gave them basically de facto control of the strait, allowed them to continue their nuclear program, allowed them to continue unabated their missile program, and again, funded them $500 billion, lifting sanctions off of their oil, which the State Department...
We have $500 billion to rebuild the shit that you destroyed. Don't forget, you blew up a fucking girls' school, a little middle school, man. You killed 200 kids.
Just a week before that deal, it said, this is how the Iranians fund their terror operations. It would have left Iran in a stronger position than it's been in 47 years. They would have left...
Chris sends a $2 donor. Thank you, Chris, and says, gonna get an STD from the gripper cup. Oh, yeah. We all are, man. We all are getting STDs from that fucking cup.
Iran is the dominant power in that region. So I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, let's just get out of there. Well, yeah, let's get out of there, but with an understanding that the Iranians are at the very most going to be where they were when this war began. And that's going to be a real challenge for the president because, of course, it may require some military troops to keep the strait open.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a...
Like, now they just want control of the Strait of Hormuz. Like, how do we let the Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz? Why do we let them do it anyways? It's not your fucking patch of land to control, you motherfuckers. What do you mean?
situation now where, and I'm glad David raised this, where it seems as if everyone is putting their foot on the gas, nobody is putting their foot on the brake here. And so when that is
why would Iran put their foot on the brake? You're attacking their country. You're destroying their infrastructure. You're killing their people. They're defending their land right now, man, and they're defending their land against the world's most powerful fucking military. What do you expect the Iranians to do? You think they're the ones who can de-escalate the situation? The only person that can de-escalate the situation is the person that escalated it to begin with. It's the U.S. and it's Israel. They hold all the fucking cards. As long as Iran is getting attacked, they are not going to put their fucking foot off the fucking gas. Why would they? Why would they? They just expect that they can bomb anyone in the world, and then they're going to just get on their fucking knees and beg for fucking forgiveness and beg for whatever scraps the U.S. is willing to throw their way. And now that they're facing an enemy that is not backing the fuck down, they don't know how to handle it. They're shocked. What? What do we do?
Happening, you've seen mutual miscalculation after mutual miscalculation. So this war begins with a catastrophic miscalculation by the Trump administration that this could be like Venezuela 2.0. The prospects of that were never good at all. And then when that didn't work out, it was obvious they didn't have another plan. And now, Joe, I'm wondering about the Iranian government here. If there is a miscalculation on their part, they could have wrapped both arms around that memorandum of understanding and emerged from the conflict stronger, in a stronger position than when it began strategically. A clear loss for the U.S. But now, again, they're continuing to close the strait. They're continuing to keep it closed. That's fundamental to any deal to end the war. And now they're taking serious damage along with us, obviously.
Because they're closing the strait as fucking leverage, you idiot. They're closing the strait so that you can come to the table and make a fucking deal. But your government is incapable of making deals. Your government and the Israeli government kill the peacekeepers. They kill the deal makers. That's what they do. So what do you mean?
Again, nobody has a foot on the brake here at all.
And if the Iranians didn't have so many factions fighting each other right now internally, somebody with half a brain would have taken that MOU. And if they'd been able to force everybody else to take that MOU, Iran right now would be stronger.
This is fucking annoying. Okay, the Houthis, folks.
Let's get the latest from Bloomberg, Washington.
The Houthis are planning a maritime blockade of Saudi Arabia, and I've read today that they've already turned away like 4 ships.
Correspondent Tyler Kendall. Tyler, it is headline whiplash this morning.
It definitely is. And that latest one that you mentioned is going to be a stark escalation, Danny, as we get this confirmation from the spokesperson for the Iranian-backed Houthi militia group that they are planning to immediately implement this maritime blockade against Saudi Arabia. We should keep in mind the broader context here that we can't only see this through the lens of the U.S.-Iran war, that this is also related to a truce breaking down between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis from 2022. We've seen this exchange of fire between the two sides, but this is definitely the farthest that we've seen that specific thread go, considering that we know Saudi Arabia has been relying on that east-west pipeline to move supplies to the Red Sea to the tune of about 4.5 million barrels of oil per day. And
get ready to pay more for gas, folks. That's the worst that Americans are going to get, right? Oh, got to pay more for gas? Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's as bad as it's going to get for you.
last week, we did have Iran ask the Houthis to be ready to deploy assets to actually shut down that shipping route. So we knew that there was action in motion to prepare for this. So we'll have to see if it actually ends up getting imposed and what those ramifications are going to look like. Because Danny and Isabel, at this point, commercial traffic, at least observable transits, are at a basic standstill, according to new satellite imagery that was analyzed by Bloomberg News. And adding to the risk, it appears that vessels that are moving through with their transponders off are also being targeted. We had the IRGC over the weekend saying that they halted at least 4 ships that had turned off their radars completely. And keep in mind, that is the way that most of these ships had been trying to make safe transit through the waterway.
All right, Tyler, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington, D.C. Let's get a check on markets, because despite that headline volatility, that back and forth, Brent crude doing a whole lot of nothing, just holding at $88 a barrel. It was at 90 earlier. S&P 500.
Right away, well, how does this affect us? How much are we paying for a barrel? Out there fucking murdering people, killing people, destabilizing an entire fucking region. Well, how much are you going to have to pay at the pump? Jesus fucking Christ, man. The fucking dissonance of being here while all this shit is happening overseas is insane. The cognitive dissonance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're sitting here and having like Krispy Kreme donuts and shit while this is all fucking happening. Hell, what are you going to pay at the pump? The whole fucking Middle East is on fire. My country is 20% occupied by the Israelis. Israelis are marching towards Gaza, demanding to start building settlements there after they've genocided the people while they continue to genocide them. Iranians are being fucking killed every single day. Bridges, desalinization plants, nuclear power plants. And let's jump to the stock market. How does this affect the stock market? How does it affect your pocketbook?
Very much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington, D.C. Let's get a check on markets because despite...
Look at that smile. It's like, ooh, it's like he said, I still have to smile. I'm reporting about death and destruction and we're fucking destabilizing a whole region, but we still got to smile for the camera, baby.
Tyler, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall.
Does this look like someone that is reporting war news right now, that is doing war coverage? Why do you even need to smile? Like, this is a small detail, but like, what the fuck are we doing now, lady? We still have to look friendly and approachable for the people that are watching because you're going to be talking about, like, you know, a little feel-good story after that. And a Michigan family just beat the record for the largest chocolate chip cookie in the neighborhood. Ken, give us more information. Like, they jump from, like, we just murdered 10,000... we just blocked clean water access to 10,000 Iranians. And Jim in Michigan, tell us about the family with the largest cookie. These Michiganders are extremely... they can't believe it, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, so these Michiganders are rallying around the Smith family as they get ready to unveil their extra-large chocolate chip cookie. Everyone's all smiles on American news. Moving away from the depressing stuff, let's go and join Ken on the ground. Ken, back to you. It's crazy. I don't know what the fuck is happening, guys. Why is she smiling like that? It's just disturbing to me. Billy says, why is Michigan catching strays? I don't know. I don't know why Michigan came to mind. Seattle, we have Jimothy. It's kind of like this podcast, right? We're jumping from, okay, guys, now that we've talked about the war for 20 minutes, let's talk about Jimothy. Jimothy just made a rare new sighting in Seattle. He's looking as adorable as ever.
In Washington, D.C. Let's get a check out. 0.4% as the NASDAQ outperforms a bounce back after the worst week for chip stocks since Liberation Day as 10-year yields move higher by 2 basis points. Isabel, some of the movers on our radar this morning.
Okay, good. Beautiful. Oh, my head hurts. Okay, so the Houthis just declared the Red Sea closed for Saudi oil. We don't need to read this whole thing. Breaking from the Hormuz report. Iran's IRGC says it has completely destroyed Amazon's central data hub in Bahrain with several cruise missiles and warns more are coming, per Fars News. The attack marks a new phase. Iran is now targeting U.S. tech infrastructure. The IRGC has warned 18 American tech companies, including Microsoft, Intel, Cisco, and Google, that they are legitimate targets. AWS facilities in the UAE and Bahrain have already been hit before, disrupting banking and critical systems that rely on Amazon's cloud servers. Data centers are now strategic targets. Iran argues these companies support U.S. military and intelligence operations. By striking Amazon, Tehran is signaling that American tech firms operating in the region are no longer off limits. The war has expanded into the digital domain. Listen, you're not going to make me upset at all when you tell me that they're destroying data hubs. Oh my God, dude, any data center you want to destroy, anything that is being built to support AI, let's fucking do it. Let's destroy the living shit out of it. You have my full support, my full passion, everything. Let's go. Also, according to Megatron, last night's weak U.S. response confirms that the intensity of bombing in Iran has been declining dramatically. This confirms the report of the Daily Telegraph that the U.S. stockpile of long-range missiles and interceptors is declining dramatically. So this was already a problem a few months ago. The U.S. did not have enough stockpiled missiles. So this might be one of the reasons why they're going to be going on the ground as well, because they no longer have enough long-range shit. In addition, the strikes by Iran are drastically hampering the logistics of the U.S. military. On the other hand, Iran is intensifying the attacks. Trump now has 3 options: to increase the risk and order bombing with short-range missiles, which means that that fighter jets will have to enter deep into Iranian territory and risk being shot down. So now that they don't have enough missile stockpiles, they're going to have to actually, get their jets to fucking go in there and do the action themselves. To start hitting civilian infrastructure such as energy and desalination plants, which they've already done, which will likely happen to his allies as well, or to demand 24/7 negotiations, which, I mean, I'm sure there's always diplomacy and negotiations kind of taking place behind the scenes. But at this point, it does not seem to be making a fucking difference. But, I mean, this is insane. The level of violence, the level of intensity. And this was hilarious. Look at this. Listen to this Fox News host being like, I don't understand why the Iranians are still capable of fighting like this.
I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries. And
lady, they've been fucking preparing for this. They've been stockpiling rockets for fucking decades, dude, because they knew this day was coming. They knew this day was coming, and they've been preparing for it. And goddamn, have they been relatively fucking well prepared, man. I don't know what to say. Like, Iran is the only country that has been able to fucking put up a fight against the United States and Israel at the same fucking time, dude. So whatever criticisms I have of the Iranian government, fucking respect for fucking treating the Americans and the Israelis like the fucking punks that they are, man. Fucking punks.
U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military, and the president continues to reiterate that. I don't understand how it's possible.
Yeah, the president repeating it doesn't make it true, lady. But the president said that we destroyed their military. How are they still fighting back?
That Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military, and the president continues to reiterate that. I don't understand how it's possible.
Hey, doesn't seem like they did. Maybe now's the time to make the connection. Wait, Trump said this, but this is what's actually happening. Someone must be lying. Let me just quickly try to find the video of the guy who said, please send them in. Was it a Fox News interview? We're waiting for them. He's like, we are waiting for them.
Came here for a regime change, perhaps. They came here for a rapid victory so they can, control everything. But they have failed. The system is working. The commanders have been replaced, and the supreme leader is going to be...
This was from a few months ago.
...replaced.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them. And that would be a big disaster for them.
I don't know why this makes me smile. The thought of war, the thought of ground troops and more people dying. Of course, it's horrible. I don't want any Iranians to get hurt in this situation. I don't want the U.S. to invade Iran. I don't want any Iranians to be hurt on the ground while they're defending their own country. I don't care what happens to the U.S. Army. If they decide to go on the ground in Iran, it is fair game. To me, they're like the IDF. They're like terrorists. If they get neutralized, it is very well deserved. But like this fucking dude, the way he says that we are waiting for them, and then just fucking smiles. That casual... calm smile just makes me smile. I don't know what to say.
The commanders have been replaced, and the supreme leader is going to be replaced.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military?
I don't know, man. I love this shit. Look at that smile right there for a second. Look at that smile. Someone needs to do the whole like da-da-da-da-da, and then the crown and the sunglasses and then the joint sticking out of his mouth after he says that. Like, that's so fucking gangster. I don't know what other way to fucking call it. This is so fucking gangster right there. That is such a G'd up fucking move.
To invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
And like the
hey
American
guys, John
like,
here for our next installment of Fire.
Not now. Not now, John Campia. Silence. So, you want ground troops? You want to send troops on the ground? You want to do that? Be ready for the consequences, because no army fights as hard as an army defending its own fucking land. No army is going to fight as hard and is going to be tougher to take down than one that is fighting a righteous fucking battle. And believe me, Iranians defending their land against Americans and Israelis is fucking righteous. It doesn't matter what crimes that government has committed in the past, what grievances you have, which are definitely going to be very fair. But once you invade a sovereign country's fucking land and it's their military's turn to fucking defend their land, no one's going to fight as hard as them. No one's going to fight as hard for them. You think an American or you think an Israeli is going to fight with their full heart for the Epstein class? For what? What is their objective? But when you're defending your land, when you're defending your own people from fucking certain death and occupation and invasion, you're going to fight with your full fucking heart. And you might die, but you are dying for something. You are dying for something. You're not dying for fucking Jeffrey Epstein or Netenyahu. So, oh yes, everybody, switch if you're in the live chat, switch from your top chat to live chat. That way you can get to see all the chats. So, good luck if that's what Trump wants to do. Good fucking luck, my man.
Fox News alert, the U.S. hitting Iran for the 9th straight night following the Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks that killed at least 2 American service members at an air base in Jordan.
Okay, they're saying Iran is getting help from foreign adversary. Who gives a shit? So let's go to the 10th day.
Once again, the United States and Iran traded strikes overnight. Marks the 10th consecutive night that's happened. These continued attacks coming hours after President Trump responded to the deaths of U.S. service members by warning on social media, quote, every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. Iran, once again, in return...
This is exactly what Ben-Gvir said. He said for every Israeli mother that sheds tears, 1,000 Lebanese mothers will be shedding tears. This is the same kind of threat just coming from the U.S. The U.S. and Israel are interchangeable. They are both the world's greatest evils, essentially.
Targeted U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, and also attacked a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz, forcing its crew to abandon the ship.
Only a terrorist makes that kind of statement. For every person of ours you kill, we will kill more. You know what I mean? Only fucking psychopath says that.
As for how long this back and forth may continue, the Washington Post reports that Iran's government is unlikely to feel significant impact or soften its negotiating position as a result of new rounds of U.S. military strikes. That's according to a new intelligence assessment described by current and former U.S. officials who add analysts said American spy agencies also have concluded that Tehran and Washington are, at least for now, stuck in an indefinite limbo between war and peace. Meanwhile, in another potential escalation, the Iran-backed Houthi group in Yemen declared a blockade on Saudi shipping in response to a Saudi strike, threatening to close a choke point at the southern end of the Red Sea to Saudi ships. If they follow through, the move could worsen the global fuel crisis and further raise fears of a wider war. It comes as the Pentagon has now identified the 2 fallen soldiers in Jordan as 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii and 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Texas. The youngest service member to be killed since the war began, Private Gonzalez finished high school just over a year ago. She joined the Army after graduation. Her former roommate told the New York Times, quote, she was always dancing all the time, especially if I woke up and I was in a bad mood, she would start dancing. Lieutenant Feehan, described by friends to the Times as charismatic, competitive, and a leader.
You know how many TikToks there are of IDF soldiers dancing and doing silly dances? Just put that out there.
Had graduated from Southern Utah University and was just weeks away from earning an MBA at school. The Army said Lieutenant Feehan would receive the Bronze Star and the Purple Star and the Combat Action Badge, and that he would be posthumously promoted to captain. Our thoughts are with their families. Nearly 100 American service members have also suffered some level of injury, though, since July 7th, as the U.S. and Iran ramp up attacks. That's according to Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell, who added that...
Stop the war. Use these 2 deaths as your warning and try to prevent more needless deaths. Don't let their death be in vain. If their death has to have a purpose, let it to be to save their fellow brothers and sisters from following a similar fate. Okay? How about that? So that their death is not in vain, stop the fucking war. Stop the fucking war. Their families need to stand the fuck up. Instead of asking for revenge, ask for the end of the war. Because you have just wasted these people's lives. Just like Not Really Rachel says. Wasted lives. So do something with their sacrifice. And make sure that that if you want to call it a sacrifice, stop the war. Have their death be a wake-up call. And an end to all hostilities and to all violence. Otherwise, you're going to be mourning a lot more of your soldiers. And Iran is going to be mourning way more people. Because you guys are way more fucking psychotic. And you are killing way more people than Iran will ever kill. So, spare your young soldiers. Spare their families. And just fucking stop this.
The vast majority of those injuries were minor concussions, in his words, that most members have returned to duty. That update from the Pentagon comes after the New York Times reported that in the week leading up to the Iranian attack in Jordan that killed 2 U.S. soldiers and left 1 missing, Iran carried out 3 other strikes against U.S. forces in the country. Officials tell the Times those attacks injured dozens of U.S. service members and damaged several helicopters. The paper adds the Pentagon had not disclosed those earlier strikes, nor the casualties and damage they inflicted. Parnell pushed back and denied any concealment, calling such claims fabrications. 6 months into this war with Iran, and Republicans are showing little interest in requiring the president to get congressional approval for the continued fighting. The deadline for Trump to obtain...
At the are we still fucking talking about congressional approval at this point? They've lit an entire region on fire, and they're like, well, you never got congressional approval. We're way fucking past that, bro. Who gives a shit about that at this point? Just fucking stop it. As if fucking Congress can fucking do anything about this right now?
Congressional approval for the war has long since passed. And now many Republicans are backing a legal argument that could allow U.S. military operations to continue beyond the War Power Resolution's 90-day limit. It's 60 days of active fighting, then 30 days to basically allow the president some flexibility in getting troops out. Some Republicans are accepting the administration's argument that a weeks-long ceasefire reset the clock by creating a new conflict. They include Congressman Michael McCall of Texas, who says Republicans are trying to give Trump, quote, flexibility. Democrats say the position is little more than an attempt to sidestep Congress. Last month, senators adopted a resolution already approved by the House calling for an end to hostilities. But the enforceability of that measure, which didn't require a presidential signature, remains very much in question. It's far from the only thing I've got questions about. Staff writer at The Atlantic here, covering national security and the Defense Department, Nancy Youssef, thankfully is with us to start the day. And I think, you read these updates, you hear about these two young people who we've lost now. They are part of an unfortunately seemingly growing list. And it all begs the question, 10 consecutive nights of strikes, are we back at war?
Well, you're absolutely right to ask the question because we're seeing...
Yeah, we're back at war, lady. What the fuck kind of dumbass question is that? Okay. Let us move on to the next topic. Let me see. Do we just do... So we've done Iran. We've done the World Cup. Let me clear out a few things from here. We're going to get to H3 in a little bit. Let me do one more thing. Let me do a couple more things, and then we're going to do H3. And then we're going to cover the... I'm going to react to the Lebanese president hanging out with Donald Trump today. So let me just do quickly Mamdani wanting to arrest Netanyahu. And then we'll get to H3 after that. Okay? Actually, one more thing. One more thing after that. I've been trying to do these things for like a couple of days now, and I kept pushing them off. And if I don't cover this today, I'm never going to cover it. So let me be done with this as well. Sorry to make you wait for the H3 stuff, but it's going to be worth it. And we have to talk about this stuff because it's kind of fucking batshit crazy. Batshit crazy. We get you in with the silly drama slop, but I really want to talk about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Mamdani. So America's mayor, Zohran Mamdani, has said and has expressed a desire to arrest Netanyahu when he comes to visit the UN. What is it, like in September? Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen, but I do appreciate... I appreciate the thought, Zohran. I do appreciate the thought, okay? I'm not going to lie. Says Zohran Mamdani is in active conversation with city lawyers over whether to arrest Netanyahu when he's in NYC for UNGA, for the UN General Assembly. Legal experts have raised doubts about this, and the mayor said he's unsure of his legal authority to do it, but he is studying it, which I find fucking badass. That's pretty fucking G'd up, okay? That's pretty fucking G. All right? Eric Adams, the ex-New York mayor, for some reason, why is Eric Adams still so fucking, like, public and vocal about what he thinks? Who gives a shit, dude? You're done. You're out of office. Who cares how much you love Israel? Stop talking about it. He says, this isn't a college protest. This is the city of New York, threatening to arrest the democratically elected leader of one of America's closest allies during UN General Assembly week isn't bold. It's reckless. American diplomats, service members, and officials are stationed in dangerous places around the world. Irresponsible rhetoric like this doesn't stay in New York. It can put Americans at greater risk abroad. Leadership means understanding that your words have consequences. Reckless political theater can have very real-world costs. I look forward to welcoming Prime Minister Netanyahu to New York City when he arrives in September. He even fucking tagged him, the little bitch boy. Little stupid-ass bitch boy, dude. Tagging him. I, unlike Zohran Mamdani, I can't wait to welcome you here, Mr. Netanyahu. Then go fucking get a gripper cup and have some fun, you and Netanyahu, with the fucking gripper cup, you motherfuckers. Pieces of shit, fucking licking his asshole. What did I said, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. I appreciate you, Anthony. Good job. I'm gonna like my own tweet. Good tweet, Anthony. I just can't help myself. I know they're not going to read it, but I want his helpers to read it. I want his staff to read it. I want his social media manager to be like, Mr. Adams, everyone's hating on your post, at the very least. Okay. I fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate this Zionist fucker. There's a little CNN debate about the situation, but let's see what Laura Loomer shared this. So President Donald J. Trump said this. Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. He's fighting against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which recently killed 52,000 innocent protesters. They did not. And has spent the last 47 years killing American soldiers. They did not. And others. The only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into this unprecedented spiral of death and destruction, which is you fucking idiot. The only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into this unprecedented spiral of death. And you're talking about yourself, the Israelis, and your fucking cabinet, you dumb fuck. So you agree with Zohran Mamdani in a way. something that should have been dealt with years ago by previous presidents, President Donald J. Trump. So Trump is saying it's not going to happen. I'm not going to allow it to happen, etc., which is what I also think is going to happen. But I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the attempt. And I like that Zohran Mamdani is making Netanyahu feel as unwelcome as possible. Okay? So I do like that. And then here's a response from Mamdani. Oh, this is not even real. So let's watch this little report.
Could the mayor of New York City have Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrested? He says he's looking into it. The Israeli leader is expected to attend the UN General Assembly in New York in September. Speaking on the New York Times The Interview podcast, Mayor Mamdani said he's having, quote,
and everyone's saying in chat, like, it's 50. Yeah, it used to be, last I checked, they were saying it was 33,000 or 40,000. Now it's 52,000. Next week, it's going to be 60,000. The week after, it's going to be 70,000. But I don't mean but again, the Iranian government did murder a lot of protesters. So I don't want to make light of the situation. Even killing one protester is way too much. 10 protesters, 500, 1,000. And by all intents and purposes, they've murdered thousands. Now, is it 10,000? Is it 4,000? Is it 5,000? The number is still massive. And we've gotten so desensitized because of the Gaza genocide, because of the death in Lebanon, because of the current death in Palestine, that even when someone says, well, they only actually killed 5,000 or 10,000. That is still an insane fucking number. For a government to gun down thousands of their own protesters is still fucking insane. We should not forget about that. We should not make light of the plight of the Iranians that want to get rid of their government, right? It is still a crazy, massive number. But to jump from that to 52,000, and again, we know why they did that. They were trying to, because the numbers that were coming out of the Gaza genocide were insane. And they're like, well, how do we convince people that Iran is the actual enemy? How do we convince? We need to come up with a number. We need to come up with something that is going to make Americans turn against Iran, that are going to make Americans back this war. So they have to throw out a crazy fucking number to make Iran look more unhinged than Israel. Like, oh, look, Israelis killed 60,000 Palestinians in 2 years. Iranians killed 50,000 in 3 days. They're worse. What if they get to do this for a whole year? They'll murder their whole country. So them throwing out that massive number is just them manufacturing consent for the Americans, for the world to be like, okay, we understand that Iran is this massive evil. If they've managed to kill 50,000 protesters in 3 days, what kind of damage could they do to their people in a month, in a full year? They're trying to make the Israeli genocide of Palestinians look less bad by comparison by inflating these numbers to such a dramatic level where it's just kind of insane. But it works, right? It works. It works. It's all Americans need to hear. They need to see a tweet that says, oh, they killed 50,000 people. Fucking get them.
The law allows him to do.
You're actively looking to see if you can actually arrest him.
I think we are looking at all of our legal obligations, and one of them is with regards to the United Nations. But the other part of this is we're not talking about a personal assessment of Benjamin Netanyahu. We're talking about the International Criminal Court and the fact that they have a warrant out for this prime minister's arrest.
Right, with us now, CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson. Counsel, what does the law actually say here? What does it allow Mamdani to do?
So, Corporation Counsel, they advise the mayor. They have got some great attorneys over there. But I think when they look at the law, they will advise the mayor that he does not have the legal ability to enforce this active warrant that was issued by the International Criminal Court, right? We know this. We have this court. This court's been around for about 24 years or so. They certainly prosecute war crimes, which is their legal right and obligation. But the New York City mayor has no authority. And in fact, it's illegal for him to do so.
So who has the authority to do this? If the guy has a warrant out for his arrest, is it like does the ICC have their own police? Do they send out the ICC police? Is it Interpol? Who has the authority to make that arrest? Because that warrant's been out for a while. Listen, I've had a warrant out for my arrest. When I was in the States, I threw a house party. We got busted on the first day of the semester. My name was in the fucking local, the university newspaper, me and my Syrian friend. They said that these two have a warrant out for their arrest. I had to go turn myself into the local police station the next day so that I didn't get arrested. I had to go turn myself in. Literally, I fucking shit you not. So I have had a warrant out for my arrest, folks. I know what it's like to be a wanted criminal. And I remember listening to, I forgot who sang it. Said I'm wanted, no, dreading life by the evil forces. Wanted by the evil forces. They're trying to find me. Peter Tosh, folks. I listened to that song in the morning as I was walking to the police station to turn myself in. It was a cool morning. I've been accused for a shooting, but I know couldn't do. And even in this, I said, today my name was in the paper. and my name was in the paper. So if me singing some reggae is cultural appropriation, I'm sorry, folks. I am sorry for doing the Peter Tosh reggae voice, but I was wanted by the evil forces. They're trying to find me. If you guys haven't heard that song, it's a great fucking song. It is a classic fucking song, folks. It is called, again, Wanted, Dread, and Alive by Peter Tosh. It's a fucking vibe. And if you be smoking, if you be having the ganja, I'm sorry. No more cultural appropriation. Fucking listen to Wanted, Dread, and Alive. Oh my God, dude, such a fucking vibe. Pause the video, listen to it now, light up the fat one, and enjoy. Enjoy the trip.
Does have authority.
So you have member states and you have non-member states, right? And these member states who are actively involved, they certainly have the authority to do so. Europe is involved. They could certainly do it. You've got countries in Latin America and Africa as well. United.
And yes, I've already spoken about this before. I had to go to alcohol class, and then for like, I can't remember how much alcohol class I had to go to, like a workshop, because like we were drinking or something, and I got a certificate that I was healed from my alcoholism. I took a picture of it like last year. I'm pretty sure I showed it on stream at some point. Let me see. Because yeah, dude, fucking certificate. Come on, man. Come on, why isn't it here? What if I write my name? Today my name was in the paper. Oh my God, guys. Holy shit. Okay, I found it. Okay, let me just see if there's anything that can dox me here. National group counseling. Okay. I took this photo last year. National Counseling Group certifies that Anthony Sargon has successfully completed the alcohol diversion program. I successfully completed the alcohol diversion program, folks. I was cured by my alcoholism by the American government. Thank you, U.S. government, for curing me from my serious drinking problem and showing me the harms of alcohol and what drunk driving can do to an individual. Thank you. I said I'm wanted, no, dread and alive by the evil forces. They're trying to find me. I've been cured, folks. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, America. Thank you, President Trump. I think Obama was president when I went to alcohol class, but yeah.
Kingdom is a member state here. The United States is not a member state.
That's the key.
Yes, it is.
And even if the United States were a member state, would it be up to a city jurisdiction, or would it be more likely a federal case?
So it would be federal, but it would be a little bit more complicated. So here's the reality, right? There are multiple barriers that would prevent a local official from doing it. The first thing to your question is there's something called the preemption doctrine. What is that? That means that the federal government has these laws, some of which preempt local law. In this particular circumstance, the federal law would be controlling. And as a result of that, the federal law says not only can you not do it, John, but it's illegal to enforce a mandate of the International Criminal Court. In addition to that, you have something called diplomatic immunity, which is absolute.
I'm going to show you guys you guys want to see the warrant? There's a lot of lore today. How do I gotta just, okay. Warrant service. Okay, it's going to show my friend's name as well. My name has a dash in it. Okay, I'm going to dox my friend for a second, but you don't need, this is my old friend. This is not, you know. It says warrant service. Okay, let me cover his name. Can I cover his name? No. I'm going to try to cover. Okay. Says Anthony Sargon of McLean, Virginia, George Mason student, were served with outstanding warrants for aiding and abetting underage possession of alcohol. This was in the university newspaper. Right there. At George Mason University. My friend's name is the first name. I'm trying to cover his name. You can see my name starts at the end. It's like Anthony, and then with a dash. Anthony Sargon. Okay, showed his name. Anthony Sargon, 20 GMU. I'm not doxing myself. It's cool. It's old stuff. It's old. Whoops. Whoops. You see what the U.S. government did to me, folks? You see what they did to me? All right.
And based upon the diplomatic immunity, you certainly cannot touch Netanyahu when he came here, so it would be illegal for the mayor to do that.
So that pretty much sums it up. Yes. I mean, you know,
yeah, like right. Haley says, "Stop right now." Not the public. Yeah, why did they have to announce it in the newspaper? That makes no sense. Why would they that I'm getting arrested in the newspaper for a party? They had to clean the heating and cooling plant on campus. I had to mop it and sweep it for 24 hours. I had to log in 24 hours of community service, sweeping and mopping the heating and cooling plant. I was in there with a guy who stole a pair of socks. He's like, "What are you in here for?" I'm like, "Well, you know, I threw a party." I'm like, "What about you?" He's like, "I stole a pair of socks." I'm like, "Why would you steal a pair of socks?" He's like, "Well, I needed socks, so I stole them." I'm like, "Fair enough, bro. Fair enough." It was the dumbest shit, man. We would mop the whole floor. Then I'm like, "I'm done mopping it." He's like, "All right, mop it again." I'm like, "Okay." I would just mop the whole thing again. Then I would wipe the cooling and heating equipment. That would heat the water, the big water tanks. I would just like wipe them. And then you start by sweeping the floor, which was clean as fuck. It was like a bunch of like children. It was a bunch of university students that were in trouble for partying. And every corner is like someone's like mopping it over there, someone's sweeping it over there. Literally just idiots. One after the other. Like, it's the cleanest floor in the world. It's literally the cleanest floor. It's constantly being mopped by kids doing community service. So I would sweep it, then I would mop it, then I would sweep it again, and I would mop it again. And you just have to log as many hours as you could. So I'll go, "All right, I'm going to sweep and mop for like 4 hours today," you know? With a guy that stole socks. Just high-level criminals in the water and heating cooling plant. High-level criminals only.
And so his legal advice is going to tell him, A, this is actually a non-issue. B, you can't do this. There's no scenario then, roughly, where New York City police go and take him into custody.
There is no scenario. And in fact, John, you could be prosecuted for doing that. The law is very clear with respect to immunity.
So, in fact, they're going to arrest Mamdani for even thinking about it. Jake Tapper, whoever the fuck that is. Not only can he not arrest him, he can get arrested for even attempting that arrest. Nice. So now you try to stop a war criminal and you get arrested? That's fucking nice.
The law is very clear with regard to us not being a member state of the International Criminal Court. The law is very clear as it relates to not being able to touch Netanyahu when he comes to New York. Okay, for the mayor to question and have his very good legal counsel weigh in, but I think when they do so, they will say, "Mayor, you don't have the ability to do it no matter what you may personally believe with regard to the active warrant for Mr. Netanyahu."
That's what lawyers and billable hours are for. Doesn't mean that it will not be eventful if and when the prime minister comes here in the fall. That will no doubt be a big deal.
First, what do we know about what
eventful? Nice.
Is possible, Julia?
Right. So this does not appear on its face to be possible because, according to International Criminal Court proceedings, a country has had to agree to the Rome Statute to basically, arrest someone with an arrest warrant.
The U.S. notoriously is not all that interested in participating in the ICC.
The Trump administration and the Biden administration have notoriously not great relationships with the ICC. That being said, though, I do find these comments fascinating because we are seeing really a decline in support of Israel from Americans across the board, across the political board. On the far left or the left, you have someone like Zohran Mamdani talking about arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. But this comes roughly a week after we saw Vice President J.D. Vance go on Joe Rogan's podcast and essentially accuse Israel of manipulating U.S. public opinion over the border.
We were talking about that, and I think the thing for me that's confusing, though, is these other people don't have this, like, very large Jewish constituency that has been active, activist, and upset with the way he has talked about this issue. And I believe it was a campaign promise. But I looked at a website that had dozens of campaign promises, and most of them weren't fulfilled. Why would this be one that he would kind of talk about publicly?
Because he's kind of fucking passionate about it? Is he allowed to be passionate about wanting to arrest a fucking war criminal? Aren't we allowed to have nice things?
It's a strange political battle to pick, especially because you think about a lot of the Jewish business leaders in New York who business leaders have threatened to leave the city.
But was that like a gotcha moment? Like, is there no way he could have said, actually, that's not something I would do because he had promised it? Did he?
What does Netanyahu have to do with Jewish business leaders? Stop conflating Zionism, stop conflating a fucking war criminal, and stop associating him with regular just Jewish people chilling in New York. Stop making that association. Stop fucking doing it. It doesn't matter. Oh, there's Jewish people in New York. It shouldn't affect them. If the criminal prime minister of a criminal state is getting arrested, they should be happy. If they're human beings and if they care about actual justice, they should be happy that he's getting fucking arrested. It doesn't matter who the fuck he is. Okay?
Basically have to answer that way because it was the New York Times raising it.
Oh, so you're saying, like, was he put into a corner and he has to give his most polarizing take?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of been his whole campaign shtick, right? Like, putting out these
Whole campaign shtick. Yeah, how polarizing it is to want to arrest a fucking war criminal that the whole world agrees who is committing a fucking genocide. How polarizing. How crazy.
incredibly sort of polarizing positions. A lot of people have questioned whether or not they're even really possible, right? And then trying to utilize that to gain public support over one group within New York. The question becomes, Audie, to your point.
And they're saying, like, Jason says most of them are not fulfilled. He's been, in fact, he's probably one of the most effective fucking mayors of all time. He's been, even his like first day in office, didn't he like fill like 90,000 potholes or something just on fucking day one? The dude has been incredibly effective. He's made the subway practically free or much cheaper for a large subset of the population. He's introduced new taxes for people who purchase homes in New York that don't live in New York to try to lower costs for everybody else, because people are buying homes in New York that they're not living in it, which is driving up the costs for everybody else and every other New Yorker. The dude is literally on the ground trying to make New York and life in New York more affordable for the average person. So to say that he's accomplished nothing is kind of a stretch. It's kind of impressive how much he's managed to fucking accomplish.
New York has very different constituencies. And can you run a long-term mayoral tenure while polarizing literally half the city? Like, answer is to be seen. But I think that there's...
If half the city of New York gets offended by the thought of arresting Benjamin Netanyahu, then they can go fuck themselves. They can straight up go fuck themselves. This is the level we're at. They can fuck themselves.
No way, to Julia's point, that this is something that we should be thinking about as more than a gimmick.
Right. At the end of the day, he can't run for president, right? So he's not thinking of like those big long-term ambitions. But he is, to me, coming off as somebody who is part of a movement and trying to be at the front of a movement that requires coming up with sentences to say, right, as a Democrat or somebody who is progressive, that will appeal to this world of the newly polled that are frustrated.
Right. You're right that he can't run for president, but he does have a constituency that is more than just New York. He does have a national political following that is very interested in what he does and very interested in his influence, and he's very interested in flexing that influence.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw a lot of that in the New York races. Who knows whether that expands in the future? But this is an issue that is so critical to the base of the Democratic Party. So he's continuing, even if it's not legal, to tap into that.
The leader of a key U.S. ally in this war, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as you know, Congressman, is scheduled to travel to New York City, where you are, for the United Nations General Assembly in September. But your city's Democratic mayor, Zoran Mamdani, now says his office is looking into the possibility of actually arresting him during that visit because the prime minister is a, quote, war criminal. That's what he says, who belongs...
Quote, war criminal. Is a quote, war. He is a war criminal, you stupid fuck. Fucking Wolf Blitzer, man. I'm so glad they sat him next to the bathrooms at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Take the hint. No one likes you.
In The Hague. That's where the International Criminal Court is based. Do you support or oppose what Mamdani is threatening to do?
Yeah, well, look, the United Nations is for all leaders to come to the United States, for them to have a chance to talk to...
All leaders, Wolf. Whether they're racist, criminals, everybody's got a right to come. Shut the fuck up, man. Representative Gregory Meeks, that is a meek answer. That is a meek answer there.
Collective body, whether you agree with them or not. I have had on other sides with other folks to say that they should have had the right to come to the UN, and they did, to speak to the United Nations in that regard. And people have the right.
Everybody, from Hitler has a right to come to the United Nations and make his case to the people. You know, just let Hitler come here. Why not? Everybody can make a case for the people in the United Nations. Listen, bro. Listen.
To speak out loudly against what they may say and represent, that's fine. But I think the mayor has also walked that back some. I saw a quote where he said...
Quickly, here's a quick interview with Michael. We were reacting to like an actor. We saw this clip of the guy complaining that like, oh, we're told as Hollywood actors, as Jewish actors, not to talk about our trips to Israel by our PR members. So like making fake claims of anti-Semitism or whatever. Here's Michael Rappaport claiming that he doesn't get roles because he doesn't look Jewish enough. Fucking Michael Rappaport.
I'll just share 3 examples. One was...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I never thought about changing my last name. I've never been hesitant about being Jewish. I've always been...
Rappaport does not sound Jewish at all. Rappaport. It sounds French, first of all. It sounds like a French last name. Nothing remotely Jewish sounding about it. Not at all. Like, I never changed my last name. No one knows. I never knew you were Jewish until you started screaming into a camera that you were Jewish. Never cared. But Michael Rappaport? Rappaport. To me, you sound like a Frenchman. You sound like a French dude. Nothing that even hints that it's Jewish. I never changed my last name. How brave. He's so brave.
I never thought about changing my last name. I've never been hesitant about being Jewish. I've always been proud to be Jewish. I, to be totally honest, have only played one role that was quote unquote Jewish. I have lost roles or not gotten roles, I'd say 5 or 6 times from things that I felt like I was right for and qualified for because they said, you don't seem Jewish enough. You don't seem Jewish. Now, everybody knows I'm Jewish now, but in Hollywood, you know, the presentation is...
Yeah, I think now you're just not getting hired because you're a piece of shit. You're a racist, Zionist, bigoted piece of shit, a hateful motherfucker. No one wants to work with you.
Dark hair, bent over, you know, big nose, and
you got a big nose, motherfucker. I'm not saying Jewish people have big noses, but no one can accuse you of not having a big nose. Shit, you could be accused of a lot of things, but you got a big nose, brother. It's happenstance. I don't care. I have a big nose too, but like shit, we just acting like you got a tiny little nose. Look at this guy. Look at that thing on his face, bruv. You're one of us in terms of noses. You got a big one, bro.
Presentation is dark hair, bent over, you know.
So he's trying to say that the only Jewish representation in movies is like, you know, he's doing the meme. He's like dark hair, bent over. Are you gonna do this? Are you gonna do this real quick? They just want to do stereotypical. My guy, half of Hollywood is Jewish. Half of the movie stars, all the producers, it's full of Jewish people. They thrive in Hollywood. They're doing great. What do you mean? I don't look Jewish enough in Hollywood. They're looking for the stereotypical Jewish person doing this. No, they're not. No, they're not. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Have to be the victim at all times. They have to be the victims all the time. Now he doesn't get enough roles. Now being Jewish hurt him in getting roles. They want me to look like a stereotypical merchant Jew. What are we doing here? Looking for controversies where they don't exist?
Dark hair, bent over, you know, big nose, and you know, keeling. When you came in, when you came in,
what? Come on, man. Are you fucking shitting me, dude? Are you shitting me? Now, do you expect us to believe that you're not Jewish enough to get a role? Like, what the fuck? You're just a shitty fucking actor, man. You're just a piece of shit, one-note actor that could do one thing. The angry New York uncle. That's all he ever did. That's all I see him as. He walks in, he's like, hey, what's going on here? Yeah, just fucking curses, and that's it. He was the angry uncle in everything. You're a one-note fucking actor. You have one fucking shtick that you do over and over again. Can this guy do a dramatic role? Can this guy do something other than like, hey, what's going on here, guys? What? That's all he does. The angry New Yorker who wears a baseball cap and who wears like a sports jersey. That's his one role throughout my whole life. He would get supporting roles in sitcoms. He would pop in for real quick. Hey, Uncle Jimmy, did you hear about this? And then he would fucking get out. That's it. What do you mean they stole your basketball? And then he would leave.
In Hollywood, you weren't really you weren't typecast, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think that people don't think that 6'3", blonde-haired, now it's a little gray, don't tell anybody, but blonde-haired, strawberry blonde, 6'3" Jews exist. And that's why when I would audition or meet for...
Oh, they exist. You don't look Middle Eastern. You look like you belong wherever the fuck you're from. You don't belong in the Middle East. You know, we have blonde Arabs. There was blonde Jewish people, of course, but like, you know, you look like a European. You look like what you are. So yeah, you do. You can give off Jewish. Absolutely. You can give off Jewish. I'm not shocked about that. But like, I just don't look Jewish enough. I got to be hunched over and keeling and doing the meme. And yeah. No, man. What the fuck? Jesse Jean Short, folks. W's in chat for Jesse Jean Short, who just gifted a Do Not Worry membership. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Jesse Jean Short. So fucking kind. We salute you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Members get exclusive content, folks. I think I'll probably try to do like a members, like some kind of members drive or a subathon when I get back to Lebanon. Do a little subathon, have some fun.
for role. They'd be like, he doesn't seem Jewish enough. I'm like, what are you talking? I'm 99.9 Ashkenazi. I took the test with the spit and everything.
Yeah, you look Ashkenazi, bruv. Don't go to the Middle East. You're not part of Israel. You have no reason to go to Palestine. You have no reason to go to the Middle East. Stay where the fuck you are. Okay, look at this. I'm sorry, we just have to watch this real quick. Look at this. Jewish man fakes assault from pro-Palestine protesters. Look at this shit. I've never seen that before in my life. This is like Messi. This is like the Argentinian football team. Look at this. Messi, is that you? Argentina? Is that you guys? Sarah's asking, you didn't do. Sarah, I did not have time to do an IRL stream. I'm not gonna lie. Shit, this trip did not go as I had planned. Israel in a nutshell, folks. Israel in a nutshell. If you ever need a video representation of Israel as a country, this should be the video that represents them from now and forever. This is it, dude. It's all on camera, you dumb fuck. What are you doing? Oh, they're French. She's saying he did that. He really just did that. Are they? But this isn't France. This doesn't look like France. So she's saying, il a fait ça, il a vraiment fait ça. So he did this. He just literally did this. Like, she can't believe it, dude. Il est fou. He's crazy. Oh, il est fou, lui. He's crazy. That's so funny, dude. I didn't watch the full thing. So Argentina should add him to the squad for the next World Cup ASAP. Vous le laissez tranquille. These are all, I think they might be in French. She's saying, leave him alone. She's like, leave him alone, please. Laissez-le tranquille. Tranquilo. Tranquille is tranquilo, basically. Tranquil. Dude, imagine being there and seeing that shit in person. Oh my God, man. All right, we got another quick victim. We're going to get to H3, I promise. As a Jewish student at King's College, I am being persecuted for my beliefs. Look at this. There I was, an 18-year-old on my first day of university, crying on my bed. I could not understand what I had done to deserve such hatred. Tali Shmus reveals how she had been subjected to a torrent of abuse because of her views on Israel. So lady who supports Israel and is a Zionist goes to university and can't believe how other people think that she's a piece of shit for supporting a genocidal ethno-state. Oh no, the victim. It's a whole article? Okay, we're not going to read that now, but we'll read it. Let's really quick. Let's see. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to read this like... No. We'll read this whole thing another time. This is too good. Let me just save this link again. Because I deleted it, I think. This is definitely worth reading at some point. So... Okay, I shall read this another time. I want to give it its due. Real quick, and I at first I thought this was like a parody post, but it's not. Ben-Gvir's plan to encircle prisons holding Palestinians with crocodiles moves forward. Environment Minister changes crocodile's legal status despite objections from her legal advisor. Officials assess site near Golan Heights to kickstart project despite environmental concerns. So they plan on imprisoning Palestinians in a prison and surrounding that prison with crocodiles. Isn't that fucking crazy? And then this is from Ariana Jasmine. It says, breaking Itamar Ben-Gvir's proposal to surround prisons holding Palestinian detainees with crocodile-filled moats has reportedly advanced after Israel's environmental minister changed the legal status of crocodiles, removing any key obstacle. Israel is now moving forward with their version of alligator Alcatraz for Palestinians. You can't make this up even if you wanted to. Just fucking insane. Just insane shit. I just wanted to quickly highlight that. This needs a whole live stream on its own. This deserves a whole live stream on its own. But we don't have the time to cover this more today. But yeah, this is how they treat Palestine. This is how they treat Arabs, etc. It's fucking crazy. It's insane. Okay, we're going to get to... it is time to move on to the H3 topic that we're going to talk about today, which is kind of nuts. Now, I remember the clip of Ethan from a few months ago being like, he was having this conversation with AB, like, hey, you know, you guys are technically siphoning views. And I think we reacted to that clip here. You guys are siphoning views when you're streaming. Oh, you guys have memberships, and you had them talk about memberships. Let's watch that clip. But this was a tweet from Uma Palma, who has been, they're the person who has been like talking about this on Twitter. So everything I'm getting today is from Uma Palma on Twitter. So shout out to them for, you know, bringing this together and bringing this to my attention. And yesterday, I think Far Twain, while I was streaming a couple of days ago, Far Twain told us in a super chat, like, hey, yo, Ethan is not allowing Love to go to Taco Bell because of like content. So shout out to Far Twain and our audience, and shout out to Uma Palma for getting all this stuff together and talking about it on Twitter. H3 podcast producer Love reveals that he is banned from even eating Taco Bell on his own solo stream due to Ethan Klein's affinity for the restaurant. I think that's just a joke. It's just because Ethan, I think, wants to cover the Taco Bell shitstorm on their podcast. So they're considering now if any of their streamers wants to talk about like a hot topic or something that's happening in pop culture or anything that could compete with H3 as a show, their crew is now no longer allowed to talk about that on their solo streams. Love goes on to say that he's prohibited from collaborating with other crew members. This comes weeks after Ethan lamented on crew members making money on their personal streams, suggesting that they are siphoning views and money from the podcast. Let's watch the clip of Ethan talking about that first, and then we'll watch Love talking about how he's not allowed to go to Taco Bell.
My concern is you guys are still like working on this show, right? Because it seems like you all are kind of like working full time as like streamers. I want to make sure you all know that you guys have jobs here.
So let me defend myself. I do have the most.
Like already such an awkward and bizarre thing to bring up on the stream. Like, hey, you guys already work here. What do you mean you're getting views on your own and you're streaming on your own outside of professional matters? Now, I don't know what their contracts look like. I'm guessing now they have some kind of a clause in the contract like, hey, if you're going to work at the H3 podcast, we're not allowed to make X, Y type of content on your own. But the amount of limitations that he has put on these people is fucking insane. The fact that Love can't even go to Taco Bell, isn't that fucking crazy?
Members.
But you guys have jobs here.
So let me defend myself. I do have the most members.
What are you at?
Can you imagine being a member to like AB and Lena's like stream? The most low energy and like they just fucking sit there and like read comments and shit and like zero reactions to anything. God, man, I can't believe being a member. But anyways, that's Ethan's problem to worry about now, right?
Around 1,000, yeah.
What are you at?
Around 2,000.
Now you guys realize those are potential memberships to our channel here that you're siphoning off.
The way Ethan is saying it here is kind of trying to make it seem like he's joking, like he doesn't take it that seriously, like he's kind of smiling and smirking, like, you guys know you're siphoning views. Well, little did we know that this is actually fucking true. He actually feels this way. He's trying to bring it up casually now on the podcast, but like this is actually getting to him. And now the views are so fucking low. The revenue is probably so much lower than it normally is, where he's had to literally forbid them from making this kind of content.
Which is why we need to stick together.
Just saying. You know, I'm the one here with territory to defend. I was
like, oh, this is close.
Love went there, and then you said, you know what? I'm also going to.
So he's already painting his own staff as like his enemies. He's saying that he has territory to defend. Territory to defend from who? From your own staff? And by the way, Ethan, like, you have put your own show in danger. You have made it so that your show is now making less revenue because of your and Ila's antics, because of all the Zionism shit that you guys, all the Zionism and all the Zionist shit and propaganda that you've continued to platform on your show. So you've been doing that for the past 2 years, nuking your audience, nuking your fucking show, making your show no longer a safe and stable place for employees to have work. the more that you hurt your show's views, you guys have lost subscribers, you've lost views, you've lost ad revenues, you've lost sponsors, you've lost members, you've lost super chats. Teddy Fresh isn't doing great. I'm sure Teddy Glow's not doing well. That is all your fault. That is because of something you did. And you're now not even allowing your staff to have a plan B once your show eventually fucking crashes and burns. You have killed your show actively over the last 2 years. And you've had people like me and tons of other creators calling you out and telling you what you've been doing wrong. You've had every single opportunity to make things right and to try to get your show back on track. You have refused to do that. And now, as you continue to kill your show, you're trying to actively forbid your staff from making it on their own in case something happens here, in case they lose their jobs. How fucking crazy is that? How fucking crazy is it to ruin your show, essentially put their careers at risk, and when they try to do something on their own that is not related to you, something that they can actually depend on despite you and all the shit that you do, you want to stop them from doing it and stop them from achieving the full success that they want to try to achieve? And I'm not here like defending the crew. The crew are kind of complicit with everything that H3 does. They were there silent for 2 years as he harassed other creators, as he went after people, as he called pro-Palestine supporters anti-Semites and tankies and whatever the fuck he was calling them, doxing people on their show, harassing people on their show, driving people off the internet as often as they could, mass reporting channels, mass reporting my channel, trying to ruin my fucking career. So I don't really give a shit what they're up to. But like your own fans, they want to see them do well, you know? AB has repeatedly talked about how, like, you know, he has his family to take care of and like a sick family member, etc. So he's trying to make as much fucking money as he can, and he refuses to leave the H3 show because he has to pay his bills and they have all this shit to pay for. And I'm sure a lot of H3's employees are in the same boat. They all have personal responsibilities to pay for. I don't want to get too detailed or too personal, but like to actively not allow them to be able to make a little bit of extra money on the side. Let's say something happens to the show and you guys can't sustain it anymore and you can't afford to pay these people. Didn't they just fire someone 2 months ago? Didn't they fire like Morgan? Oh, I forgot her name. You fired someone a couple of months ago. So there isn't even like job security anymore. You can't guarantee these people job security. You know, how many views are they getting now? Let me see. The views are down by at least 60%. Fartwain was letting us know that they're maxing, they're getting like up to 12,000 or 13,000 live viewers, which is a far cry from the 35,000 viewers they used to get back in the day. A third of the live viewers that they used to get. They're at 10K watching right now. Holy shit, look at that. Let's go to the H3 podcast quickly. There are 10K people watching right now. 10,000 people, which is still massive. I have 250 people watching me right now, so 10K is a massive number of viewers, of course. But compared to 30 or 40,000 live viewers, and now you're putting limits on what your staff can and can't stream about? Look at that. Andrew Tate stream from 22 hours ago, 200,000 views. The changes have ruined me. 300,000 views. Why did I click this now? Nope.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to
Accidentally clicked it. 180K. Okay, that's the after. The after show's getting as many views as the main show. 400K views. Dude, they're down. Their new set is at 500,000 views. So look at this. Show's doing terribly. Peaking at 12,000 live viewers, and it's only going to go down. I guarantee you the drama content is coming back. The lawsuit content is coming back. They're going to be hating on people very fucking soon because they have no choice. They're not, this is not, you can't sustain a show like this. You can't sustain all these salaries with such shitty views.
Steal money out of the coffers
Well,
of
I asked you,
of my
said,
business.
I asked you first, and you
boss.
said, yeah, it's cool, so.
Okay, that's a good defense.
Shouldn't have said that, AB, because now he changed the rules. Probably updated those contracts after AB said that. Well, I asked you. You said okay. He's like, all right, fair enough. Went home. Ram Barnasim, quick. We need to update those contracts. I want to forbid my staff from making any more fun content that people can enjoy without me in it.
It's a decent defense. I think you guys should be streaming for free. Membership should be off.
I have free TTS on Twitch.
I think you guys should stream for love of the game. No donations, no TTS, no membership. And then see who's really still streaming.
Oh my God, dude. Like, he's trying to pretend like he's joking. He's trying to pretend like this is all fun and games. He genuinely means it. He's like, in his mind, every membership that one of his crew members gets, or whatever super chat they're getting, that's supposed to be his membership money, his super chat money. Whatever super chats AB gets, in his mind, is like, well, that's supposed to be my super chat. If AB gets a member, that's supposed to be my membership. If Tamara gets a member, that's supposed to be mine. If A Love gets a membership or gifted memberships, those are supposed to be mine. How dare you? So he is now going to make it harder for them to get these memberships by forcing them to make shittier content. Oh, you get a good idea for content? No. You owe me that idea. Those good ideas belong to me and my stream. You get to do what I let you do on your own personal stream. Not a great idea to keep those employees around, because guess what, man? They're going to figure out pretty quickly that they don't need you. Some of them need you. AB and Lena desperately need you. I think Love can actually make it out on his... I've seen a bunch of like clips from Love going viral on their own on Twitter multiple times. I've seen him like putting out a fire. I've seen him like whatever the calling out like people that were like scalping Pokemon cards or whatever. I don't watch any of their live streams, but like I've seen at least some of Love's shit just going viral on Twitter. I think organically. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? But like Love does seem to like have some potential on Twitch and streaming. So he is now actively making their content worse and making it shittier so that he can keep all the membership money. He can keep all of the super chats and everything, you know?
Do it.
I did it for a long time. I don't remember.
Look it up.
All right, anyway, who cares? Anyway, I need to start my own off stream to compete with them, because now there's all this money. Dude, they're stealing money. They're taking money out of my hands, and I needed to do is start streaming on my off time.
Then it's actually gonna be game over for all of us.
These clowns. If you're sub to them, please at least be sub to this channel also. Otherwise, if I find out that you guys are, and I even heard Love was like, cancel your subscription on H3.
Yeah. Remember when Ethan keeps accusing people like Frogan for like begging money and e-begging? And look, she's begging for money online. He already has a video that we've watched numerous times. You're like, well, please, if you can afford a $5 membership, we'd really appreciate it. While he was wearing a brand new Rolex, if you can afford the $5 a month, you know, we're really going through a hard time. And then he dares call other people beggars or whatever the fuck, as he's out there actively begging for money and memberships.
Do it. Give it to me.
True. It's true. And I'm gonna put I'm gonna sneak in my my stream in the descriptions, like here and there. Secretly.
Oh, you gonna just take you to Love stream? Yeah. You don't even realize it's opened a new window.
Yo, you will go to bed and wake up in Sweden.
So after that conversation, which, you know, you can kind of tell Ethan's being serious. Well, apparently he actually did enforce those differences. Here is Love on one of his streams debating whether or not he can go to Taco Bell.
Let's go to Taco Bell.
Fucking Taco Bell. Like, why can't he fucking go to Taco Bell and even talk about the Taco Bell shitstorm? Like, how can you monopolize a whole topic? I don't understand that. I wonder what is in that contract. I wish one of them would leak the contract. And like, what's in there, dude? Why is he not allowed to talk about this? Let's see.
All right, let's go to Taco Bell. I'm gonna order extra lettuce. You know that now that I think of it.
So he decides to go to Taco Bell. He's like, okay, chat, we're going to Taco Bell. That's going to be the adventure for the night. I've only seen this clip, by the way. I don't have any context before or after. If anybody wants to add some context to this, please let me know. As far as I know, these are all the relevant parts in here. So starts the stream off by like, hey, we're heading to Taco Bell. And then as he's driving there, his conscience starts feeling guilty. Like, oh shit, maybe I'm not supposed to go there. Oh shit, yeah, maybe Ethan's not going to be happy about that. Am I allowed? Am I not allowed? It's crazy, man. And you see him doing the calculation in real time.
All right, let's go to Taco Bell. I'm gonna order extra lettuce. You know that now that I think of it, I might have to be a buzzkill. Cause low-key I guess that's become a H3 thing now. So I shouldn't do it on my stream.
Okay, well, I gotta try to, because the chat, I want you guys to see the chat. How can I, my camera, again, OBS here is, whoops. The fuck was that? What was the BRB screen? I don't know what's going on. Let me try to move myself from here. Cam link. Please let me move it. Come on, dude. There's no way for you guys to see the chat. Okay, let's keep playing.
Stream. The whole Taco Bell I'm not supposed to, compete with the show.
I'm not supposed to compete with the show. I can't go to Taco Bell. It's now an H3 thing. I'm not supposed to compete with the show. What the fuck does that mean? You're not even allowed to go to Taco Bell and order a taco and like eat it? Or is that supposed to be Ethan's segment now? Like Ethan is going to order a whole bunch of Taco Bell with extra lettuce and eat it on the show and to see what happens. So that's insane to me. That's insane to me.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I can't do it, I think. I think I might have to pull the plug on the idea.
I can't do it. I have to pull the plug on that idea.
Which is a buzzkill. I'm doing like heavy math in my head. I don't think I can. Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe.
So some of the comments were like, no, so far, but some of them are gonna be like, what the fuck in a second. I'll remove myself from the screen so you can see the comments.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's a little bit more locked down nowadays, guys. So
it's a little bit more locked down nowadays. I wonder why. H3 must be seeing the numbers dipping. The memberships aren't doing great. The super chats aren't doing great. So they have to, desperate times call for desperate measures. Hey, crew, no more fun content on your streams. Only on H3. I pay you guys a salary. You shouldn't be needing to stream, in your free time. I'm paying you enough. Aren't I paying you enough? Maybe a little bit of guilt tripping there. You're supposed to, when you signed up to work on the show, you promised that you're going to give all your best ideas to the show, and you guys are producers on the show. And if you have a good idea for a good segment, you should give it to H3, and you shouldn't do it on your own stream. And I swear to God, if Ethan watches them do like probably a fun segment on their streams, the first thing he would be like, he would say is, why didn't you propose this as an idea for my stream? Why are you doing this on your stream and having fun there? Why did you go to Taco Bell and order extra lettuce? And why didn't you give us that idea? Why didn't you pitch that in a pitch meeting, for example? We would have loved to go with it. Did you keep that idea for yourself? Were you trying to be selfish and make that and use that idea on your own stream? You're not supposed to do that, right? We signed a contract. You're our employee, and any idea for a segment that you get needs to be run by us first. And if we tell you no, we don't want to do that segment, then you're free to go do it on your own stream. I'm sure it's kind of something like this. When I worked at a production house for like 7 years, right? I wasn't really allowed to work to like sell off ideas for shows that I had for anyone else. If I ever had an idea for like a show, whether a scripted or a reality show, it was in my contract that I had to give it to them. It was like kind of a non-compete clause. Like that's the TV industry, right? Like I'm working for a TV production house and I have a full-time job there, but like we're producing television. And if I have an idea for like a great drama series, I pitch it to them. And if they like the drama series, okay, let's develop it and let's try to sell it to a streaming service, right? I wouldn't be allowed to go work with another production house. But this isn't like, but it's not like they're working with another podcast. It's not like they're working with another company. It's their own personal stream that they're having fun with. Like, how can you tell someone that you can, like, for example, I would still be allowed to go home and write a series if I wanted to or something, just for fun, just for the fun of it. I'm not selling it to anyone else. So I think it's kind of bizarre. And I also hated the fact that I had to sign a non-compete at my job. To be very clear with you guys, I hated the fact, and that's one of the reasons why I was kind of not that sad to leave my job at the end, right? And I had people quitting over the same thing. Like, hey, this doesn't really affect my job here. I can still kind of go and like do this thing. Like sometimes we weren't even allowed to work on stuff that someone else had pitched. Like I wasn't even allowed to go work on another show that someone else had written. Just because it was another production house, they wouldn't allow me to go do that. Which kind of fucking sucked, and I hated that. And that made me a less loyal. I was always loyal to them, obviously, but like that made me not feel that much loyalty. And like, hey, like at the end of the day, this is just a fucking job, right? It reminded me that this was just a fucking job, and that I'm only good to these people as long as I have like ideas to give them. They didn't really care about me as a person, and that's the message you're sending to your staff now. This is horrible for employee retention. If you're trying to retain your employees, first of all, you've created a shitty work environment over the last 2.5 years. I doubt any of them enjoy working there the way they used to before you lost your fucking minds and became open liberal Zionists. It's just kind of crazy. And again, like we're not talking about selling a multi-million-dollar show to a production house. We're talking about streamers getting a couple of super chats and getting a couple of memberships. Like I kind of, in my field, I understand it because also there's a lot of production houses that sometimes work on similar shows. They might have similar ideas, and then they're both trying to sell the same idea to a network. So it's similar in some ways, but it's also very different. We're talking about multi-million-dollar television shows. Like if one of us had like this great idea for a show, yeah, they want to get it from us first because it has the potential to make lots of money. You sell the replay rights, and you sell the rights to Netflix, or you sell the rights to any streaming service, etc., and you can make residuals over time. So this guy just wants to fucking go to Taco Bell and eat some tacos and get a couple of memberships and get a couple of super chats. He's not allowed to even do that. That's insane.
Like, we're not supposed to. That's why I can't stream with Tomorrow anymore either, and the other crew.
So now he says, so not only is he not allowed to compete with the show, now he's not even allowed to stream with other crew members. So if he wants to have one of the crew members, like if he wants to do a stream with Tomorrow, or wants to do a stream with whoever the fuck is working there now, AB or Lena or whatever, he's not allowed to. They can't. You can't have one more. If Ethan considers, if one or more, sorry, Ethan now considers that if you have more than one crew member doing a stream together, that they're kind of competing with the show. They're recreating the show's vibes. And in Ethan's mind, it's like, well, I brought you all together. You wouldn't even know each other unless we brought you together and made you work together. And like, we created this whole atmosphere. We created this vibe. We created this crew. It doesn't matter if you're friends off camera now. It doesn't matter if you guys are friends. You're not allowed to work together, because if you work together, you now have more than one H3 member together on camera. You're kind of trying to replicate the H3 vibes. So now you're indirectly or directly competing with H3 and siphoning views and money from us. You're not allowed to do it. Meanwhile, Ethan just created the after show, which is literally siphoning views from their show every single day. There's now episodes of the after show that are getting more views, or just almost as many views as the H3 main show. So he has actively hurt his channel and hurt the main H3 show by watering down the channel. And look at that. They can't even collaborate anymore.
Unfortunately, I know it's a bummer. It's just rules. I know a lot of people have been asking why I haven't been there.
So here, I'm just going to remove myself. You can see some of the comments. Okay, so one of them says, damn, it's a little bit cut off here. Sorry, I can't recrop this.
Doing stuff with Tomorrow, and people are like speculating that we're.
So you see the comments, damn, huh, really? And then right under the really comment, there's someone else that says, really? That's interesting.
Like, not.
See those comments? Damn, huh, really? That's interesting. Right under there, that says, what the fuck? Right under really, that's interesting. People are saying, what the fuck? So Ethan, this is making you look shitty in front of like your other people. Like telling someone this is a very fucking bad move. And this is just going to make people watch your show less and want to support these guys even more.
French.
So you see that? What the fuck? There you go. And then you have this person says, that's it. Membership canceled. I'm sure they're kidding. But like, again, people aren't fucking with that idea. People heard Love say it and they find it weird. These are, I'm assuming H3 fans as well, right?
Which is a bummer, which is obviously not the case.
That's it. Ooh, there was a good comment there. Let me try to get it. Okay, look at this one. Someone says, what? And then this person says, lol, H3 is dying if they're scared of your stream. Lol, H3 is dying if they're scared of your stream. So, Love fans aren't enjoying this. H3 fans are not liking the news. They find it weird, and they see what's going on. H3 must be fucking dying if they're scared of Love's stream views, solo stream views. Of course, that's what it means. And we can see the views. Again, there are 10,000 live viewers right now compared to 35,000. That's it. And they just rebuilt their set. They claim to have spent $600,000 rebuilding their set. They have to pay salaries to Love, to AB, to Lena, Nate. You got Dan. You got the after show now with Harley and Kate. These are full-time salaries they have to pay. That's a lot of money. They have to pay Tom Ward for whatever the fuck he's doing. You know? Ad revenues the views go down, ad revenue goes down. Viewerships go down, memberships go down. Super chats go down. That's how it works. Membership canceled.
Yeah, I have people in every stream nowadays like asking why I don't stream with Tomorrow, and that's why. You know, I don't want people to like think we're not friends because of it. Yeah, I didn't think it was necessarily to say, like but I think at this point it is important to like explain why that's not happening.
Okay, let me try to show you some more of the comments. Don't make sense. This person says that was also a joke. Damn, I'm sure you don't want to say more, but that's whack. So people aren't fucking with this. H3 fans are turning on this. Love fans are turning on this. So you love to see it, folks. And the bottom comment says, Ethan is not letting you. Let's see if that one can appear.
Yeah. I saw Tamara mention it on her stream too. People over.
So Ethan is not letting you, and then Ethan saves you guys for the show and then covers you up with a 50-year-old woman who zooms in from a landlocked state. I don't know who he's talking about here. Yeah, Ethan saves you guys for the show and then covers you up with a 50-year-old woman who zooms in from a landlocked state.
Over there are also speculating, of course. People, a lot of people, like it is important to like explain why that's not happening. Yeah. I saw Tamara mention it on her stream too. People over there are also speculating, of course. People, a lot of people, like people online are speculating a lot, and it's usually wrong. So that's why.
I think this is worse. I think this is worse than any speculation people could have had. Like, people maybe assume that, like, you don't want, I mean, look, assuming that you guys aren't friends is like, okay, but like having the revelation that like your boss doesn't allow you to stream together, that's just fucking whack, dude. That's fucking whack. So there's more. So he said that Tamara had mentioned it on her stream. Here's Tamara talking about it. This is also
my concern is you guys are still like working on this show, right?
They did release a video, a gaming video. No, I'm not digging. Okay, right now, the crew, we're not, no, I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other right now. That is, and please do not clip that. Oh my God, please don't.
Are you, come on, Tamara, are you new to streaming? Are you new to streaming? What do you mean? You say something like that, don't clip that. You're saying you're not allowed to stream with your coworkers? And then once you say that live, you're like, don't clip that. You're basically telling them, please clip that. I just gave you guys the most clip. Please clip it. Clip it now. That's what you're saying. We say, don't, oh shit, don't clip that. Oh no, don't clip it. Too late, late. It's not how it works.
The crew, we're not, a video, a gaming video. No, I'm not digging. Okay, right now, the crew, we're not, no, I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other right now. That is, and please do not clip that. Oh my God, please don't. Please don't. Because I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not.
Does she always talk like that on her streams? I've never watched any of these people's streams. Why is she trying to talk like a child?
Please.
Girl, it's been clipped. Oh, she just got a $20 super chat. Ethan's not going to be happy about that tomorrow. You owe Ethan. You now all owe Ethan. I think actually the next step for Ethan is going to be he's going to demand a cut from their live stream. Like, listen, I gave you guys those online careers. I put you guys on the internet. I introduced you guys to each other. You owe me 20%. Anytime you get a $20 super chat, you got to remember you're going to give, 20%, 30% of that to YouTube, and I get to take my own 20. I got to get my wet beak. I have to wet my beak tomorrow. I have to wet my beak, love. Okay, what am I? I'm running a business here. If you're going to stream and siphon views away, I at least need to get a little something from that streaming. So pay up. So that $20 super chat tomorrow, get ready to give Papa Ethan a cut. Daddy Ethan wants a cut of that money.
At Nicolator super chatted $20. Ethan said he was gonna refund me all the money I've given to the crew, bro. Installment plans are acceptable, lol. Hello. At Tower Sofa.
She got another 20. Tamara, you owe Ethan. That's $40 that could have gone to the H3 podcast. You are now taking over that money. But I mean, also, I'm sorry, like Ethan sending a super chat to the H3 podcast, like, fucking sucks. No one even fucking reads them. They'll read a couple of them during like break. You got people sending $50, $100. At least when you send a super chat to like a solo streamer, they're gonna read this. They're gonna read the super chat. They're gonna engage with the person who sent the money. Half of these people that are sending fucking tons of super chats constantly on the H3 podcast, you don't even acknowledge them, you fuckers. Like, why would someone, like, if I were watching H3, I would rather send a super chat to one of the individual crew members, because at least they're going to, like, acknowledge me. They're going to read it. They're going to, hey, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the dono. They're going to answer my question for a couple of minutes. We're going to have a little bit of a back and forth. So I completely understand the logic of sending someone like tomorrow a $20 super chat or a $20 dono versus sending it to the H3 podcast, where it's going to go and disappear into the ether. No one's going to acknowledge it. No one's going to fucking read it. No one's going to care. Anytime here someone sends a super chat, we throw a fucking party. We throw a fucking party for whatever. You know what I mean? Like, as a big thank you to someone. If it was like a 30-person crew and we're getting fucking tons of chats and no one's reading anything, and maybe if I go take a piss or I go take a shit during the podcast, someone is going to read one of your super chats. What's the value proposition there? It's just giving money to rich people at that point. It's a Zionist nonetheless. At least here you're like supporting an independent streamer. You know, you get to interact with someone that you like. They get to acknowledge you. You get to tell them whatever it is you want to tell them. It's a fun time for everyone. But like sending like I've never, like for all the years that I watched the H3 podcast, I never fucking sent in a super chat. I'm like, they don't even read that shit. They don't even read it. At the very least, read them at the end of the show. Have a couple of crew members stay after hours. I don't know, dude. Do a whole separate live stream. Do a whole separate live stream, maybe for members or whoever has access to this, where you read every single super chat and you acknowledge every single chat. You acknowledge everyone who's sending you guys fucking money. You fucking millionaires. You got people who can barely afford to live that are parting ways with their hard-earned fucking money. Hard-earned cash, dude, to support you guys. At least thank them. Read the fucking chat so I understand why someone would much rather send one of the crew members a bit of cash, you know, versus the H3 show. But I swear to God, like Ethan, at some point, Jessa sends a $2.79 Canadian dollar dono. Thank you so much, Jessa. It says party time. Let's fucking go. You see, everybody has fun when we go. We're having a party. It's party time. And you get a little heart on your super chat. Thank you. You see, Jessa gets to hear her super chat being read out loud. I get to read the super chat and have a good time. I get to click that little heart. Everybody in chat says W Jessa. And that's how you do it. So this is such a weird demand. I swear, dude, Ethan Klein is going to start taking a cut from his crew's super chats. And if he doesn't want to do that, he has to... They need to talk about this on the show, bro. They need to acknowledge this. This is so fucking awkward. Holanto sends 2 pen. What is even 2 pen? And says, read this now. I read it. You see how easy it is? See how good did that feel? Holantao. How great is that, right? And now Holantao is going to get some W's in the chat. And we have a party. We have fun together. I need to set up some kind of TTS. I promise. I'm going to set up a TTS. I think I need Streamlabs for that. Marina sends a $2 donut and says, Papa Maki better be getting the super chat money. Of course, Maki's going to get it. Maki's going to get a big hug and a big kiss because I've missed that little motherfucker. Him and Natuti are going to get the biggest hugs and kisses when I get back home. I can't believe I've been away for them for so fucking long. But you see, Marina, thank you so much. We get to read Marina's message. We're having a good time. She gets a little heart on her chat. Everybody wins. Everybody has a good time.
Piece super chatted $20. Hi Tamara, do you have any Steam Deck X? I just got one.
Dude, by the way, look at her face. Like she's so scared that this clip is gonna get clipped and that Ethan is gonna see it and it's gonna be all over the subreddit and whatever the fuck. So, you know, that's why she looks so concerned. Look at her face, man. As soon as she said it, she's like, she got 2 $20 super chats. She could barely crack a smile because she's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Was I supposed to say it? Was I supposed to say it? And then once she said it, Love was like, well, if she said it, I'm going to fucking say it. So now all you have is a bunch of H3 crew members on camera being like, I'm not allowed to do this. I'm not allowed to do that. Ethan doesn't let me do this. Hila doesn't let me do that. What in the hell, man?
At Nicolatus.
That is, and please do not clip that. Oh my God, please. We're not, no, I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other right now. That is, and please do not clip that. Oh my God, please don't. Please don't. Because I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not.
Why is she talking like a minion? Why are we doing that? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not. Well, why are we doing that? I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Samuel Lee sends 50 DK. Well, thank you so much, Samuel Lees. We salute you, sir. That's so kind. Says, does Love look like that now from the thumbnail, or is that a joke? I've not watched H3 anymore. No, this is like his own memes. I didn't even do this to him. And the picture I have of Tamara, it's like her in a Bob Ross costume. So I'm not trying to make them look bad. I'm just trying to find some goofy photos that they've already posted themselves. So there's a whole meme of Love being like overweight because of all, I think, the fast food that he eats, and he doesn't eat like any vegetables. So I think that's what's happening. I think H3 fans did that to Love. Like it's a form of endearment. I don't think anyone means to like it. It's not a mean thing. Like he's in on the joke. He even sells stickers of him as like Fat Love. So it's like kind of a meme. Chokey Nonush sends a £2 dono. It says, stop giving tips. That's right. Stop giving tips, everyone. Thank you so much, Chokey. Chokey, we love you. We love all you guys. Thank you guys so much for the generosity. You guys are the best. Fucking love you guys. Chris sends a $2 dono. It says, Simon says, chat, give W's to Chris. Yeah, everybody, W's in the chat. We want W's for Chris. W's for Chokey. W's for Samuelese. Samuelese, is this your first time sending a super chat, by the way? Thank you so much, Samuelese. It's very kind. And Mithy Eve has just gifted 5 Do Not Worry memberships. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Mithy Eve. You see, you guys can't get that kind of one-on-one interaction when you donate to like a big podcast like the H3 show, right? That's why people feel more comfortable. And I'm not doing this to like shit on the crew or anything, even though they deserve all the criticism in the world. Mithy, thank you so very much. That is so fucking kind and generous. We salute you. Folks, we got like 6 new members today. We're at 6 new members. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much, Mithy. And congrats to Mistakes, Misfits, Frog Drug, Brew Georgie, Swan, and Brian Mash for getting those memberships. You guys are awesome. Bet you guys see the difference. Look at that. Okay, then she says nothing for the rest of the clip. Look at that. She's just sitting there.
Please.
She's just begging, please.
At Nicolator super chatted $20.
She knows she's fucked, bro. She knows she's fucked. And now they're gonna get a talking to behind the scenes like, this wasn't the contract. You weren't supposed to talk about this. People weren't supposed to know you're not allowed. If they ask you, just ignore the question. Don't linger on it. Andrew's got a $10 dono from Frog Drug 8282. Thank you so much, Frog Drug, who's also a member. Frog Drug, thank you so much for the support of the channel and for being a member. That's fucking awesome. Says he wants that 5%. Trisha voice. He wants that 5%. He wants that 5%. He wants that 20%. Tamara just made $40 like that. Just like that. It's like, give me that. I need a piece of that. We're not selling enough Teddy Fresh hoodies. Yum, yum, yum. This was not what you think it is, okay? Fart Twain. I fucking hate that meme because now anytime someone does this, it's become like a fucking trope. No, we are reclaiming this. This is just villain stuff. This is super villain stuff. Just like mustache twirling and rubbing your hands. Those are typical villain things. They do not need to be tied to any religion. I'm sorry. This will forever be a bad guy doing something like this, rubbing their hands together, okay, or twirling their mustache. Don't give me any of that shit. Fart Twain with a $2 dono. Thank you so much, Fart Twain. We love you and thank you for bringing this piece of news to our attention. Says Love getting fired was missing for the past 2 episodes. Well, there's something interesting that you should know about that actually that I'm going to show you. There's an interesting thing that I want to show you. Before we jump to that clip, there's a clip of Harley also saying the same thing. Uma's been like a detective on this thing. Uma Palma's been fucking digging this stuff up. I don't know from where, but look at this. H3 podcaster Love appears to have removed all mentions of the H3 podcast from his socials. This comes only days after revealing that Ethan Klein restricts him from eating Taco Bell on stream or collaborating with his crewmates or on his personal stream. Ethan also recently complained that the crew's personal streams were siphoning potential views. So here's Love. I don't know how long this was ago. Love from H3, Twitch, Young Fika. And now it just says Young Fika with his Gmail and his YouTube channel. And then I think that's his TikTok. It says Lovebot Young Fika, Love from H3 Podcast. And now it just says Lovebot Young Fika, Shop Young Fika, etc., etc. Love has removed any mention from the H3 podcast from his social media profiles. And according to Fart Twain, who just sent in that very kind super chat, is saying that he's been missing from the last 2 episodes. Now, is Love getting fired? Is Love quitting? I think Love is in a unique position compared to everyone else because he has like an employee visa or a worker's visa. So I don't think he can stay in the States unless he has a visa sponsor. So he's in a more complicated situation, and I've been willing to give Love a bit more leeway than the other crewmates because, like, even if he wants, and I don't know what he feels about Palestine and Israel deep down in his heart, and he's probably made a lot of problematic comments, but he's generally more quiet than everyone else. But like his job literally depends on like the kindness of like his employers and him staying in the States. And from what I understand, doesn't he have a partner now? I think he's dating someone. So like his whole life in the States is predicated on the fact that he has this job at H3. So he was in, I think, the most unfair position of all of them. He was in the shittiest position where, like, even if he wants to speak out, he's like, dude, I can't. If I get fired, I have to go back home. And who the fuck? I mean, I'm sorry. He doesn't want to live in Sweden. He doesn't. He likes living in. He got a taste of the American life. He wants to stick around in America. He wants to stay in America. He doesn't want to go back. So I think he was in the trickiest position to like speak out. I think, you know. Also, Carlos Facepaint just became a member. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Carlos Facepaint. We salute you. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That is so very kind. We got 7 new members today, folks. 7 new beautiful channel members who will be getting exclusive content, whom we love so much. Thank you guys for being so supportive and so kind. So, are we looking at another exit from the H3 podcast? Is Young Fika, is Love the next person to leave the channel? Now, again, it's harder for him to do so because he's got to get like a fucking sponsor. And something that he shared, because I did tune in a little bit to when H3 was talking about Oliver Tree. And he mentioned that Oliver Tree was one of the people who signed Love's visa. He was one of like his, what do you call it, like witness, or I think because Ethan and Ela are the sponsors, but like he was one of 2 people who signed his papers to help Love get a visa to the States. So I found that to be kind of sweet. Very sweet of Oliver Tree. He's that kind of fucking guy. Let's fucking go, Oliver. Good dude. Good dude, Oliver Tree. So, and that must be like, that's kind of a souvenir. I think it's a cool souvenir for Love to be like, dude, fucking Oliver Tree signed on for me to be here. So I find that to be, you know, that's very nice of Oliver Tree to do that, genuinely. And yeah, so is Love the next person to leave? I have no idea. But I think if any of the crew members wanted to leave, Love can afford to do it. Because I think his stream has the most motion, you know? AB says he has more subscribers or more like members. That is definitely like either a lie or a fluke. I'm sorry. I don't fucking believe it. AB's content is like unwatchable. Borderline unwatchable. Sorry, AB. Again, when you get fired, we will do the Arab frenemies, me and you. I got you, bruv. I got you. You know? And you won't have any stipulations. You can make whatever content you want on your channel, AB. Huh? If you work for the Do Not Worry podcast, you can still make whatever content you want on your own. In fact, I encourage it. Because if you do well, we do well. We're all a family. Haley says we have over 300 people. Yeah, oh yeah, we have 320 people watching. Chris says plug your other channel. You know what, Chris? Good idea. Good idea, Chris. Let's go. Time to do some shameless self-promotion. Do you guys like video games? Do you guys like Lego? Do you guys like Avengers Doomsday? Because hopefully later today, I'm going to be on my other channel, Tino's Playroom, where we build Lego sets, folks, where I play video games. I play Dark Souls over there. All the nerdy shit that I can't do here, that if I tried to attempt to drop on this channel, they get no views because of the algorithm. I have to drop them on my other channel called Tino's Playroom. Look at this. Look at that. The link is pinned on top or at the bottom of the live chat, wherever you're at. If you're feeling charitable, consider subscribing. Look at that. We have a nice little channel. We got beautiful branding over here. Tino's Playroom. I'm covering the Lego bricks and minifigs drama. I built a whole bunch of Lego sets. I built a Triceratops, Star Wars sets, Lord of the Rings sets. I have a whole bunch of Star Wars Lego sets that I'm bringing back with me that I'm going to be building on stream over there. I even look at that. This clip got 20 views, 25 views. Kratos tore his bicep. The actor. Go watch it. I play Dark Souls. I play video games. It's mainly Lego builds right now. But I'm also going to be doing a breakdown of the Avengers Doomsday trailer, hopefully today. Okay, after this live stream, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to pack for a couple of hours, and then I'm going to go back to streaming. So it's going to be a stream for the Americans. Lebanese people, Europeans, it's going to be too late for you. But all y'all Americans, you guys want to watch me talk about how I felt nothing watching the Avengers Doomsday trailer, because I felt absolutely fucking nothing. Subscribe to Tino's Playroom. We're going to be breaking down that trailer shot for shot, and I'm going to tell you why I felt nothing, why I'm not excited about it. I'm still going to watch it, but I'm not excited. Okay, thanks for the plug. Please subscribe. I would love to. Please. I love you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, let's go back to this. And Harley Mornstein is also on clip.
They did release a...
Okay, Tamara, relax. Where's the Harley clip?
Which is a bummer.
Right here.
I'm not allowed to.
Okay, he's got music playing, so please don't fucking...
I'm not allowed to just chat.
I'm gonna pause for a second. So he says he's not allowed to just chat. Not only, like, he's not only forbidden from, like, doing certain topics or, like, hey, stay away from this topic. Just don't just chat. You can only game now, Harley. You're only allowed to game on your channel.
I'm not allowed to just chat.
I'm not allowed to just chat. So if he's going to stream on his channel, it has to be video game related. He's not allowed to just chat. Literally just sit there and just talk. He's not allowed to just fucking talk, man. But not that anyone should listen to Harley fucking Mornstein, fucking Zionist, genocide denier, famine denier, little fucking coward bitch boy who did say that he's willing to come to Lebanon to do a mukbang with Guam. Go ahead. You're invited, my man. South Lebanon, where all the bombings are happening. Exactly where you want Hassan to be, I want you to be. And to eat your McDonald's lasagna. We have McDonald's in Lebanon. Good for you. Know we have bacon as well. Believe it or not, we have bacon there, man. Pork bacon or beef bacon, whatever you prefer. We have both. So come to Lebanon. Do your fucking cheeseburger lasagna. Go have it in South Lebanon. That is being ethnically cleansed. Bring Guam with you. I'll get her the best fried chicken she can shove down her throat. The two of you, more than welcome. Ahla wa sahla in Lebanon. We would love to have you in the South where the bombings are happening. Well, just where you want Hassan to be, I want you to be there. Show your courage. You call Hassan a coward, I want to see how brave you fucking are. I re-extend my invitation to both of you. Come to Lebanon. Go to the South. Let's show the world the destruction that Israel is causing while you shove some fucking food down your fucking throats.
I'm not allowed to just chat.
Why are you listening to such shit techno? This is so, like, Israeli. Is this Israeli techno music?
The rights to me just chatting. The rights to me. Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting. Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting.
He says, Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting. So I'm not allowed to just chat. Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting. So there is somewhere in the contract where it literally probably says you're not allowed, like, any content that could compete with either your after show or our main show, you have to save it for the show. Now, not to be fair, but, like, they are streaming, like, on H3 like 3 times a week. So even if he did want to make this extra content, like, he's not gonna have time. But, like, that's the thing. Like, they have to plan. I'm guessing they have to plan these H3 episodes, the after shows. Like, there's a lot of planning that goes there. There's a lot of topics and prep that they need to do. So even if the guy wanted to stream on his own personal channel, he's not gonna have time to do anything that can compete with H3 because he's just going to be, like, half-assing it. He's working busy, whatever, how many hours a day to prepare those after shows, right? And then they're streaming for a couple of hours. So when he does have a day off to stream for himself, even if he just wants to just chat, he's not going to do anything like that elaborate. He's just going to fucking sit there, eat, and just, like, it's what it's called, just chat with his audience. So I don't know why Ethan feels so threatened. And Harley gets no fucking views, dude. Harley has, like, no fucking motion at all. Let me cut back real quick. Let me try to find Harley's YouTube channel. Harley Mornstein. Motherfucker's got 0 motion, dude. 0 motion. Let's go. Here's does he stream on YouTube now? Okay, look at that. The guy used to get, this is the guy from what were they called? Shit, what is the thing called? The food thing. God damn. I know, I'm not pretending not to know the name. I know the name. Epic Mealtime. Epic Mealtime, right? Oh, are these AI thumbnails? Oh my God, dude, look at that. So 4K views, 7K views. At least, like, his gaming is doing better now. H3 gave this guy a boost. 2K views. Like, Ethan's afraid of that? Ethan, you're afraid of a guy that's getting, like, 3,000 views? It's like being afraid of me and my views. Okay, 13K, 11K. So he's got some motion in gaming now. I think H3 actually gave this guy a boost because he was getting pathetic views before getting on H3. But these AI thumbnails, bro, like, come on, man. Come on, dude. We try our fucking best here. I know my thumbnails look wonky, and I've been doing the last few thumbnails here. Nour is working on, like, something else. So I've been responsible for almost every single thumbnail you guys have seen. Look, it takes a bit of extra work, and they look like shit, and I have to try to remove backgrounds and stuff. Like, it's human-made, okay? We here believe in human-made thumbnails no matter what, okay? Every thumbnail you see on this channel, 100% made by a human. Recently, 100% made by me. Okay, so that's just kind of shitty. Noxolotl sends a $2 donor. Thank you so much, Noxolotl, for being a member for so fucking long, by the way. Noxolotl, I think you have a pink UFO. That means you've been a member for like 16 months. We salute you. Thank you so much. Says one day he'll sue them for breach of contract. I don't know if he'll sue them, but he can definitely accuse them of breach of contract or fire them for breach of contract. That can certainly happen. Okay. Epic Meal Time. Epic Meal Time. He used to live stream on Epic Mealtime as well. Okay, so that was nice. Okay, so he deleted a lot of his streams, huh? Look at this. Let's just scroll down a little bit. Okay, so 2 years ago, before the H3 podcast, the streams were getting like 1.3K views, 2K views, 1.3K. So this guy's literally career was helped a lot by Creator Clash. I completely forgot Harley Morenstein even existed if it weren't for Creator Clash. So actually, iDubbbz deserves all the credit for bringing Harley Morenstein out from obscurity and back into the public eye. I didn't even remember who the fuck he was. I was like, oh shit, yeah, this guy. Yeah, the big guy that used to eat the fucking bacon and the fucking make the bacon lasagna and shit. Yeah, I remember this fucking dumbass. And then he trained with a neo-Nazi. He went and trained with a fucking Nazi. Sam Hyde. And then yeah, look at that. 1.8K, 1.6K. Now that he's back in the H3 fold, it actually gave him a little boost. Look at that. Isn't that nice? So I'm guessing Guam, probably the same thing happened to Guam, right? Because now she only does gaming streams. And mukbangs, of course, the girl with a mic. Let's see. Guam is out there now. Also not allowed to fucking stream. Let's see. So gaming streams, that doesn't compete. Oh, more Lops. Oh, look at that. Is that a nicer? Oh, what? Are you fucking shitting me, dude? Is this real? Is this a real fucking thumbnail? Is she trying to troll because I called her a slob? Oh my lord, dude. You're not beating those fucking allegations. Oh my lord, dude. How do you post this on the internet? Have you no dignity? Have you no shame? Oh my god, dude. Excuse me, I gotta go to the bathroom for a second. Okay, we're back. We're back, folks. Ivy, you're real. You're right. At least it's not AI. At least it's not AI. Holy shit, lady. Okay, guys, I have to click on this for a second. I'm sorry. I have to see what she's. But look at this one now. Look, hot or cold, which lobster roll wins? Look, I think now she understands. But like, look, she's just doing gaming, and mukbangs. Gaming and mukbangs. She used to do news coverage and stuff. But now again, like to be fair, I do understand why she's not going to want to do it. She used to do an H3 after show. Now she gets paid to do the H3 after show. So for her, I'm sure this isn't bad. But like she's also kind of nuking her channel. She's not talking about anything except gaming and eating. Sunday night streams. Is she even allowed to do these Sunday night streams anymore? Or probably not. I guess not. Listen, Kate. You can't be doing those other streams. They're competing with the show. No more Sunday night streams, okay? Only food. You can only gorge yourself or play video games. Anything else, I need a 20% cut. I need a 20% cut. Okay, let's finish the clip of this guy.
I'm not allowed to just chat.
There you have it, folks. The H3 crew is straight up not allowed. Let me try to see if the H3 subreddit has anything going on over there. Let's see what people are saying about this on the subreddit. Let's see. How do I non-compete? Do I write compete? Relevance new. No. Okay, let me just write love. Love Taco Bell. Relevance new. 4 months ago. 15 minutes ago. Why are they not talking about this? Oh, no, that's 4 minutes ago? I'm trying to find something. I just want to see if people are like talking about this. Oh, posts. Yeah, posts. Wait, is this? That's not even on H3. Sorry. What the fuck? I don't use Reddit anymore. H3 productions. And then how do I find this here? Why can't I figure this out? Do I have to sign in? I don't want to sign into to Reddit. I'm good. Leave me out of this. Oh, okay. So, but to answer your question, someone was saying, is AB leaving? Apparently, AB put out a clarification. I guess I'll clarify because I see people speculating. I'm not leaving. I'm super excited about this new setup, and it's something I didn't think was possible before Kate. Moving forward, she'll be in charge of the show doc. This frees me up to produce more of the segments and content I love making most, like Content Court, Man on the Street segments, BTS, etc. I promise you guys are going to be happy with this change. Kate is going to kill it. Peace and love. Okay, let me try to... So let's... But how... Love... Okay, so when I search, it's just taking me to like random shit. Okay, let's go with hot. Love is telling us that H3 Productions is over. Okay, they're just kidding around. Let me see. Okay, Hassan posts, of course. They're looking at Dan. What is this? Happy birthday, Pam Pam. My God, dude, this is such a cringe subreddit. Did a portrait for the big man's B-Day. Oh my God. The guy who denies a genocide. How fun. So it's Dan's birthday. I'm just trying to see if the H3 subreddit is talking about this. Chris, you going to bed? Sorry, did I miss it? Good night. Good night, Chris. Yatik la'afia. Thank you for being here, Chris. I shall see you soon, big boy. Okay, so I guess because I'm not signed up, let me see if I can log in. 1 second, guys. Maybe if I log in, I can search more specifically. I don't even remember my password, bro. Let's not do that right now. But yeah, they're not letting me search within the community. Let me try. Okay, we're gonna do something crazy. We're gonna open Safari. We're gonna open Safari. Also, I think I'm blocked from the H3 subreddit. H3 Reddit. Now, anytime I open Safari, the computer slows the fuck down. So, okay, yeah, now I can search in H3 Productions. Okay, let's start. Love. Relevance new. One day ago, crew no longer allowed to stream together. There we go. Bam. Okay. 1 second. I found it. I found a post. Let's see what I'm curious what the H3 fans think about this. So let's maximize this. Okay. Desktop React. Let's go. Crew no longer allowed to stream together. It has 417 comments. On Love Stream, he mentioned, I'm currently banned from this community and can't comment. No, really, guys? Come on. I want to comment. Come on. Mods, unban me. So crew no longer allowed to stream together. On Love Stream, he mentioned in passing that he can't go to Taco Bell because that's more of an H3 thing now, and I'm not supposed to compete with it. And also that crew members aren't allowed to stream together anymore. What do we think happened here? Is this a rule from when Tamara was going on everyone's stream, starting trouble? They're blaming Tamara. Starting trouble. Dude, it's about Ethan wanting the money, man. It's about Ethan literally thinking they're siphoning views. Actually, no. Best, right? Or top? Top. I heard Ethan also banned snacks and unhealthy foods in the workplace, even offered the crew money to take away any junk food they see Ethan eating. Only salads. Okay, let's see this. Tamara mentioned on her stream a while ago that crew members can't stream together anymore. I assume because it was causing drama between crew members or whatever, but Love made it sound like a non-compete situation. That's what it is. Yeah, why the fuck would they think it's a drama situation? It's literally non-compete. He literally doesn't want his crew to compete with his own show. He thinks that them going out on their own hurts his business and hurts their bottom line. Ethan, you hurt your business. You hurt your bottom line. You and Hila being fucking Zionists on the show. You defending Israel for the past 2 fucking years, that is what hurt the show. It's not your crew going on their own or doing live streams together. That's the least of your problems. The drama was played up, so it seems to me that you can't stream content that is basically associated with H3. So not using H3 type of things or style. A lot of companies do this, though I would find it weird if Ethan enacts this to the crew. It's also to safeguard you could be an employee at said company but never been on screen, meaning you are not allowed to use the H3 pod brand in your personal streams. Anyway, I used to be a game developer and those things are written down. I can't tell on any socials where I worked at for a few years. It honestly might be more of a Tom thing than an Ethan thing. Or of course, they're trying to push. It can't be Ethan. It's Tom Ward's fault. It honestly might be more of a Tom thing than an Ethan thing. He's pitching the H3 brand and platform, and so it needs to be something that has guardrails, whereas Love, for example, does some wild shit in public. Probably just a protection for it not to be H3 and their own personal content. I think audiences are savvy enough and smart enough to know that this is Love going out on his own. He works for H3, but this content does not represent H3. If Love gets in trouble for one of his streams, it's not necessarily going to reflect badly on the H3. And again, nothing that Love does is going to be as bad as being fucking Zionists and like traveling to Israel and talking about your trip to Israel and all this fucking shit that you've been doing and saying that like Hamas builds bases under hospitals. That's what is Israel supposed to do? If you say from the river to the sea, you want to kill all the Jews, like all this fucking insane shit. This is what is killing your fucking show. This is 1200% what I was thinking. It has to be about sponsors and such because Ethan's never once cared about what they do on their own time. Yes, he does. There's literally a video of him being like, you're siphoning views off my channel. Marina, good night, good night. Thank you for being here. For all the Lebanese folks, it's super late there. I know, I started late, guys. I started so much later than I was supposed to. Apologies, I was dealing with some shit. I got to buy a fridge when I get home, folks. I have a $500 spend as soon as I fucking land, just out of nowhere. Boom. Just like that. And I had to throw out whatever was in my fucking freezer, whatever was in my fridge. So I got to replace all of that shit. And all my cats have to eat like canned food for the next 3 days instead of the fresh shit they're used to, man. They're so picky. They're like little picky eaters, you know? This person says, I get it to an extent, but I think it's short-sighted as the cast getting more popular and working together creates more fans for the show. I doubt anyone is not watching the podcast because they watch Love or Tamara's stream. Unless literally all the crew get together and do a show, I can see how that's competitive. The drama was played up at first, but Tamara started to go a little overboard and crossed the line a bit, taking some things a bit too seriously. AB and her had a little bit of a beef briefly for like less than a day, and it was very much real, but they smoothed it over. Ultimately, it was just a misunderstanding from taking the joke too far. Can someone let me know what beef they're talking about between Tamara and AB? Geez, that's just Tamara. That beef was laughed up during the episode. There was no beef, just acting. But now they can't even stream together. I love all their chemistry, and they get overshadowed a lot on the podcast, so seeing their personality shine outside of the office and how their dynamic works at home is so cool. I wish Ethan would realize that we love all of them, and I doubt the podcast would lose views from it having a good time. If anything, seeing their connection and cool vibes would probably drive more attention to the podcast. Yeah, Ethan, try fucking listening to your fans from time to time. I know you didn't listen to all of your fallen fans, us that used to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on Teddy Fresh, hours watching your show. You didn't want to listen to us when we told you don't be a Zionist. You wanted to keep being a Zionist with Hila. Good. Keep doing that. How's that treating you with your 10,000 live viewers, concurrent viewers versus your 30,000 live viewers? The results speak for themselves. Maybe at least now try to listen to whatever fucking crazy-ass fans you still have. These fuckers that are probably all Zionists at this point, liberal Zionists, because if they're still watching H3, they're probably pieces of shit. Let's keep it real. If they've stuck around this whole fucking time, these are like the shittiest of the shit. But they kind of make a point here. They kind of make a point. Success of your crew outside of the show can only help your show because people are going to be more eager to see the crew. Oh, hey, I love this guy, Young Fika. He seems kind of funny. What? He's on another podcast where he's featured regularly? Let me tune in. And not only that, give them more screen time. Give yourself and Hila less screen time and give your crew a little bit more screen time. It didn't seem like he was joking to me, and mods are taking down posts about this. I'm curious what the truth is. Ethan took the crew out to Denny's and made them sign NDAs. He did make them sign NDAs, of course. I think the streamer wars caused some real conflicts, not just goofs and gaffes, so I get it. Surely the solution to that would be just don't talk about your own streams on the pod rather than don't stream together. Yeah, maybe don't promote. But again, why can't they be like, hey, yeah, I stream on my own from time to time if you guys want to catch up? Like, it's kind of crazy. I understand maybe H3 things are like saving content for the podcast, like don't talk about topics that they will discuss on the show, but how the hell is Taco Bell an H3 thing? This guy is coping. Everything Love says is parody. He was on the way to Taco Bell, then stopped suddenly because he was contemplating whether it would be a conflict of some sort. So it was obviously not a parody. It could just be as simple as Ethan not wanting H3 to be associated with their streams because he doesn't want any liability in case something bad. Again, that's so fucking stupid. It's pretty clear. Even if people associate that there's no legal connection to Ethan, they can do whatever the fuck they want on their stream. Ethan is not liable. No one is dumb enough to think that. And Love could have been overthinking the Taco Bell thing, but we will never know unless they choose to address it. I just thought it was weird. No. How is Taco Bell an H3 thing? Whether it's a joke or not, we should all agree that if it's true, it would be entirely wrong for Ethan to try to enforce that. Lol, I get that Ethan gets a lot of shit online from other communities, and he probably doesn't need shit from his own community, but it is just objectively wrong if true. Well, at this point, with Love saying that it's true, with Tamara saying that it's true, with Epic Mealtime saying that it's true and that he's not allowed to just chat, I think it's pretty fucking true. I don't know how much more confirmation these guys need. I don't think how much more confirmation. I don't know how much more they need, you know? Like, what else needs to happen? In theory, it would make sense to have them sign non-competes and is very common amongst this industry, but I wonder if it lies more than the best streamer bit they had running for a while. It wouldn't surprise me if that bit was causing some tension and bad blood, that coworker streams were eradicated because of it. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, I don't know if I have a lot more to say about this. It's kind of nuts, isn't it? Crazy, bruv. Okay. Well, that's it for the H2. Hey, I'm curious to see if they address this. If they were streaming today and didn't address this, I doubt they would ever, mention this. But yeah, that's enough. That's enough of the H3 fans. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Let me see. I clicked the BRB screen and another picture. Okay, that's so weird. I don't know why my BRB photo has switched to my Avengers Doomsday thumbnail for my trailer reaction, but fuck it. I'm going to go pee. One sec. Okay. I felt nothing. I felt gay. I felt disabled. All right. Do I have time to talk about this? It's 3. You know what? Let's do 40 more minutes. Let's do 40 more minutes. It's 6:10 p.m. I'll stream till 7 o'clock here. Then I'm going to pack my suitcase for the next 2 hours. And then if I have energy, I will stream that. My reaction to the... Also, I'm going to have some Krispy Kreme, guys. I'm sorry. And if I'm supposed to boycott Krispy Kreme, I'm sorry, guys. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Let us... So the Lebanese president is here in these United States, and he sat with Trump today for an hour, and they took questions from the press. and we're going to watch it together. Okay, and I'm going to react to my Lebanese president. Boom. So the president landed here, I think, on the 18th of July, or the 19th of July, or maybe one day before the World Cup final. So I think he landed here on the 18th. He met with Marco Rubio, and today he met with Donald Trump. And don't forget, the Lebanese government signed a peace agreement with the Israelis, basically allowing them to control and invade and occupy 20% of Lebanese land and they don't have to leave. They don't have to stop occupying the land until the Lebanese government successfully disarms Hezbollah. Until the Lebanese government successfully disarms our only resistance, that is our only defense against the Israelis. And doing that is practically impossible. The Lebanese military is incapable of disarming Hezbollah because Hezbollah is way more powerful than the Lebanese military. And B, it could cause a civil war. You're turning the population against each other. You're forcing the military to disarm the resistance force that is the only thing defending the South and the Shia population. So you're essentially turning the army versus the Shia population. And they're hoping that doesn't lead to a civil war. What the fuck do you think is going to happen? So let's watch. So a lot of people consider this deal to be a betrayal to Lebanon. They consider the president and our government to be American lackeys, and they're just trying to get on the U.S.'s good side. And we just want to be a U.S. vassal state, a U.S. and Israeli vassal state. We just want to be their bitches. We just want to be their dogs for them to do with us whatever the fuck they want.
Country for a long period of time. It's an amazing country for a long period of time. It's an amazing group of people, professors, doctors, lawyers, great intellects, and it's been hit hard for many, many decades, really. It's been hit very, very hard. And yet I have people that live in Lebanon, people that are parents of friends of mine, many cases, and they would never leave. They would not leave under any circumstance. They love it. They love the country. And it's probably a dangerous place in a lot of ways, but they live in areas, they say.
The White House looks so fucking garish. Look at the Oval Office, man. Look at all that gold. But look, Trump is wrong 90% of the time. It's hard to leave Lebanon, you know? Now, being here for a couple of weeks, I'm like, yeah, well, like, why do I willingly choose to live in Lebanon when, like, this country has, like, all of these resources and whatever, but then you quickly remember, nothing's like Lebanon, bro. Even with all of its flaws, with all the shit, with all the corruption, with all of the war and death and constant fucking shit, which, by the way, you can blame most of it on the U.S. and Israel, there's still something about it, you know? A sense of life that you don't get here.
We hear bombs going off all the time, but we want to live in Lebanon. They love the country. Very smart people, very successful people, and they live there. But it's been a country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there. And we're going to help it. We're going to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times, and we've had some good meetings. And we are going to solve a lot of problems. We've already solved some of them for Lebanon. As you know, there's a Hezbollah problem. But we've done some things that I think
Correction. We have an Israel problem, my man. Why does Hezbollah exist? When was Hezbollah established, Mr. President? After what was Hezbollah established? By the way, the answer is 1982, after Israel invaded Lebanon twice. That is when Hezbollah came into existence. No Israel, no Israeli invasions of Lebanon. Guess what? No Hezbollah.
The world will take notice. Again, it's been a very badly treated place and country, and we're going to have it properly treated and treated with respect that it deserves. And Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I've been looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
That's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. He can have any.
As he says this,
it is not just one house or neighborhood or even one village.
This is what Lebanon looks like now because of Israeli aggressions on Lebanon. Israel is funded by the U.S. Their weapons come from the U.S. for the most part. Everything they do is with U.S. backing and support. This is what Lebanon looks like. As the president sits in this disgusting, garish, as our president sits with this American pedophile with this literal fucking pedophile of Donald Trump in this cheap, golden-crusted fucking Oval Office, laughing and smiling and enjoying the cameras, enjoying, you know, being propped up there. This is what his country looks like.
To see the scope of the Israeli destruction in Lebanon, you have to look at it from space. This is an image of the town of Bint Jbeil after the previous conflict in 2024. Since the latest escalation began earlier this year, most...
So, compare this image with this. Laughing, sitting on a gold chair, yucking it up with a pedophile who's in the Epstein files countless times. Yep. But again, you know, I'm not allowed, if I criticize my president, I could be arrested, I could go to jail. So this is not a criticism of the Lebanese president. The Lebanese president is the greatest president of all time, folks. We love our president. Nothing I ever say is a criticism. I only criticize the conditions in which he was hired and brought in. Like, it's not his fault. He's doing what he thinks is best, okay? We love you. We love you. I just have some, you know, some thoughts. I just don't want to go to prison.
Now we can have anything. Would you like to say something?
No, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the...
Why don't you thank him for destroying your country, huh? Are you going to thank him for destroying 20% of our agricultural land? Are you going to thank him for funding the Israelis as they destroyed 80 southern villages that are bordering Israel? What up, bruv? Huh?
Framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is...
It's time for the whole region to be safe and secure, just as Trump is waging a dumb fucking war, an illegal war against a sovereign nation, Iran, setting the whole region on fire. Jordan is on fire, Bahrain is on fire, Kuwait is on fire, Iraq is on fire, Saudi Arabia is on fire, Dubai is going to be on fire very soon. The whole region is going to be on fucking fire. Any country that has any U.S. assets, any U.S. army bases there is going to be blown to bits by the Iranians. And he's talking about like, oh, Trump wants peace. He's doing great things for the region. Again, we have no leverage. He's just happy to be here. He's happy he got flown over to the U.S. He's being filmed. He got to bring the first lady with him. You know, gets to act cool in front of his wife. Look at me. I'm friends with a U.S. president. And the president wants peace. He says Trump wants peace.
Stability to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And
our president is in Minecraft completely like debasing himself right now and like capitulating to whatever fucking framework they want. And just like, honestly, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing to watch. We're just like his jaw's on the floor and like, just pick it up, bruv.
Together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. You have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We got to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
I have two questions, one for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords.
That's the Lebanese news correspondent who lives in D.C. now.
Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it you will raise it with President Trump today?
Well, the Abraham Accords have been, I think, a tremendous success. I think you're going to see a lot of countries joining pretty soon. As you know, we have our original group, and it's so successful for them. Economically successful. It's been there. Nobody left, even during this time of conflict. So, no, I think Lebanon has a very important place.
Over my dead fucking body are we signing the fucking Abraham Accords. Over my fucking dead body are we normalizing relations with Israel that has murdered countless Lebanese people, currently murdering Lebanese people, occupying Lebanese land, burning our olive trees with white phosphorus, killing our people with white phosphorus. Never in the fuck would we ever accept that. Never in the fuck would a Lebanese person accept for an Israeli to set fucking foot on our land. Never in the fuck, man. Dream the fuck on.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the war?
What happens. So far, it hasn't happened. It might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. That was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
The Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and he said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament and he speaks for Hezbollah. He's Hezbollah's big brother. What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the Parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south, but unfortunately, the south being destroyed in front.
He's Hezbollah's big brother. Going to cause. His parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and he said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament and he speaks for Hezbollah.
Well, yeah, I think they're talking about Nabi Berri, who is, or you could say like the de facto head of the Shia now in Lebanon. And yeah, of course it's going to lead to civil war, man. Trying to disarm Hezbollah and using the Lebanese army to do that on the behest of the Americans and the Israelis, while they're killing our people, while they're bombing our land, while they're ethnically cleansing 20% of our land, while they threaten to build fucking settlements in South Lebanon. Of course it's going to lead to civil war, man. You think the Shia are just going to sit there and take this fucking injustice, watch their land be fucking stolen, watch their homes be destroyed? You want them to sit there and fucking accept it? And then they're going to blame it on Iran. Of course, yeah, Iran's is the big bad.
Hezbollah's big brother. What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the Parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south, but unfortunately, the south being destroyed in front of his eyes. So he's actually supportive of what we are doing, but we need to be careful. His position as
Yani, he had to say that. Yani, I mean.
And as a leader of the Shia community, we have to understand how critical is his position. But I can tell you that Speaker Berri is a man of state. He's supportive of what we are doing, and he's supportive of ending the state of hostility, ending the war once for all.
I think when he sees, because I've heard that, he's a good person, good man.
And again, in theory, I'm not against ending the war. But chat is reloading again. I'm not against ending the war. I don't want perpetual, endless war in Lebanon with Israel. That's not what I'm looking for, right? We don't want peace under these conditions. We don't want peace by robbing the Shia community of their agency. They're not even at the negotiating table. They're negotiating on behalf of the Shia population. They're negotiating on behalf of the South without including the South in these negotiations. You know? And the framework that we're accepting for these peace negotiations is that Israel is the savior and they're the peacekeepers, and Iran and Hezbollah are the problem. Like, I'm sorry, that is not the framework under which you can actually achieve long-lasting peace, especially not while the Israelis, they want peace with us, supposedly, they're bombing the living shit out of us. They're stealing our land. They're ethnically cleansing our land. They're destroying our crops.
And when he sees the progress made, I'm sure he's going to come on.
From NCI from Lebanon. I have two questions, please. When will the Israeli army fully withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline for that? And last question, please. Last week you met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and discussed him or described him as
There is no timeline. I'll answer that for you. There is no timeline. The timeline is they can occupy the South in perpetuity until we have successfully fully disarmed Hezbollah, and the Lebanese army can prove that they've successfully taken control of those areas that they claim are normally under Hezbollah control. Not gonna fucking happen.
And saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How do you describe
Which one are we talking about?
The Iraqi Prime Minister. Yes. How do you describe President?
Well, I'd say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East, actually, if we do this, because they've been trying to do this for...
Jesus Christ, man. Can you stop calling people handsome and good looking? And like, you don't have to lie, man. Okay, but our president is the most handsome. He is the most good looking. He is Mr. Universe. He is my universe, folks. He is my universe.
For decades, right? Decades and decades. So if I made that statement about somebody else, I would put him in the same category.
When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon, is there a clear timeline for
They're in
that?
the process of doing that. They're in the process of redeploying to other sections. And again, they get along very well. That was a great agreement they signed with Lebanon, and they're redeploying.
Let's cut back to this a little bit.
Of it has been erased from the map.
And almost like
90% of the buildings and the assets, they have been damaged and wiped away. And most of these, they were after the ceasefire period. This is the Lebanese University and the Sarai, as well as, this is here we have the sport area. We have a mosque down here, and you can see everything has been wiped away during the current war.
More than 60 villages share a similar fate. That's roughly 6% of Lebanese territory now occupied by Israel. Lebanon's Council for Scientific...
20%. I don't know why they say 6%. If you see how much of the map they control, it's 20%. They keep saying 6%. Maybe the population or something?
Research has been documented.
Or just like 6% of villages? But it's a massive fucking chunk, dude. It's 20% of our landmass.
The devastation since sporadic fighting in 2023 escalated into full-scale conflict. There's been a reduction in violence, but Israeli troops haven't withdrawn. Many of these villages were already flattened by explosives and bulldozers before the latest flare-up in violence in March. Along the entire length of the Lebanese side of the border, there is no trace of life.
These are the olive trees, and these have been wiped away, if you can go for the image, from the phosphorus bombs, and in areas where they didn't burn it, or it was not burned, they came out with the bulldozers and they tried to wipe it away, as you can see here. And there is the tracks of the bulldozers.
So they've destroyed 20% of our agricultural land and thousands upon thousands of olive trees, which can live to be 1,000 years old. Let's cut back to these two sitting in this gold office, laughing and yucking it up. Remember, this is what Lebanon looks like currently. And this guy's out here thanking Donald Trump for wanting peace and for helping our country, etc., etc., all the while we're eating fucking shit.
Mr. President, the Lebanese army needs help, and the United States said that it's very important for the Lebanese army to take over the villages that Hezbollah withdrew from. How are you going to help them, and how this income is going to be
speaking about that today.
Sure, that you will be in the
We'll
south.
be speaking about that today with your president, and we have some very concrete plans already in store for that, with others going in and helping. But they're also becoming much more self-sufficient, and we will be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. My question is, sorry.
What? Literally fucking civil war, dude, incoming. There's a regional war now with Iran, and local little civil war coming between the army and Hezbollah.
The Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw, which I believe President Aoun is planning to ask you?
Well, look, I just heard about that before this conference just happened.
And so Israelis fired at Lebanese military today? What the fuck?
Proximity to
be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. My question is, sorry. The Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot.
So, according to the agreement, whenever the Israeli army feels like the Lebanese army has done a good enough job of like taking over a neighborhood, that they would leave, and then the Lebanese army can go and take over that village, and then they would progressively retreat, and the Lebanese army would take over these villages. Well, apparently the Lebanese army tried to do that, and as soon as they got too close to the Israelis, they shot at them. So not only do they kill our civilians, not only do they kill our resistance, they also kill the Lebanese military that they've signed. And by the way, the Israeli army has killed multiple Lebanese soldiers throughout this war and throughout the ethnic cleansing. But now, even when the army is doing what they signed a contract to do with the Israelis, they signed an agreement to do this, they're still fucking firing at us and trying to kill our soldiers for getting too close to them.
Pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw, which I believe President Aoun is planning to ask you?
Well, look, I just heard
President Aoun
about that before this conference just happened.
Guys, like the stream. Also consider subscribing to my second channel, Tino's Playroom. The link is pinned on top or at the top of the live chat. Do it. Have some fun.
And we'll be looking at that, yeah.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs. What, do you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies and
You
kill
don't know
Americans.
what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but...
My guy, we know what's going on, okay? You're the guys who are getting decimated.
You don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something that I don't
possible,
know? Do you know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you. They want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think
China.
So we do things
Talk
for
about
them
Lebanon, baby.
But the Border Patrol reported 14 consecutive months, no releases at the southern border. This is something you talked a lot about on the campaign trail.
The Democrats largely cannot have a nuclear. Iran is concerned. I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really.
Talk about Lebanon, my man.
So serious. To let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't.
These incredible Americans.
How we're doing, generally speaking.
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans.
We got the whole cruise here. We got Pete Hegseth. Is that what the fuck is that? We got JD Vance. Is that Blinken?
Into the cause, just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability, like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary.
Damn, Haley, you're the only moderator. I just noticed Haley's the only mod today. Folks, W's in the chat for Haley. We got Marina. Marina had to tune out. Chris had to tune out earlier. Haley's been holding the fort down for like 4 hours. Haley, thank you so much. We salute you, Haley. By the way, guys, I got to meet Haley a couple days ago. Had a lovely evening. Haley and her lovely husband, Jack, took me out to a beautiful, lovely dinner. Haley, if I can show the picture sometime, I would need your consent. I would love to show the photo to everybody, if you're okay with it. I don't want to expose anybody, but it was a lovely night. Haley is just as awesome in person, folks, as she is in this fucking live chat. Let's fucking go.
They want to talk? They can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department, and we're prepared to do
the blockade is up and fully. I mean, it's nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, there was another attack on an ICE facility, this time in New York City. What, in your view, is prompting these attacks?
Bad problems, but we don't have any problems in Washington, D.C. We've wiped out this administration, Biden, and now, and if they would ask us...
Why is our president sitting there if you're not even talking about Lebanon, man?
Help in Chicago, we would turn that around so fast. But the stat that's so amazing is that 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. It's a great stat. Because if it was 70% of the people, that's a problem. If it was 20%, 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. 2% of the people, you can handle that easily. So Washington, D.C. is now one of the hottest cities in the country. We have the hottest country in the world. But Washington is now hot. And I do have to say one other thing. We just had the World Cup, as you know very well. And it was the most successful World Cup ever. We didn't even have a protest. We had no crime.
Sorry, false. Worst World Cup ever. Worst World Cup. So I'm getting a poll ready, folks, for you guys.
All those events was like having many, many Super Bowls. Each one was like a Super Bowl. And with all of that, we didn't have crime. We didn't have bedlam. Everybody left here with a different opinion than what they read in the fake news. They love this country. I saw Scotland. I saw Norway. I saw all these countries. I mean, the level of love.
I just put out a poll in the chat. Should I do an Avengers Doomsday trailer reaction on Tino's Playroom? Okay, it's going to be on the second channel 2 hours from now. So it's going to be late everywhere. In Europe, Lebanese people, they ain't going to watch that. Forget it. It's going to be for y'all Americans. It's going to be for y'all Americans. But if you guys are down, I can stream for 1 more hour tonight. I'm going to have to pack some bags, but then we can sit down and complain about why Avengers Doomsday made me feel absolutely nothing. Just look at that thumbnail. I felt nothing. What can I say? I want to bitch about it. I want to nerd out for a little bit, okay?
Nobody wanted to leave. And I just want to congratulate everybody, the job that we did, and all of us, everybody in this room.
Haley says, cool to post. Let's fucking go. We'll share it on Discord, and then I will share it over here on the next live. When I'm back home, I will share it on the live stream, folks. You guys will get to see our beautiful faces just hanging out.
Because everybody in this room was involved. The vice president was very much involved. It was amazing. I was with Johnny the other day. The job he did is great, but he said he never thought in a million years it could be so free of any difficulty. Think of it. We didn't even.
Speaking with Hezbollah, you said in previous interviews that you're speaking.
Finally.
Why wouldn't I feel safe?
Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with
I
Hezbollah.
wouldn't say that, but I would speak to Hezbollah. Yeah. I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out. I would speak to
Mr. President,
I would speak to. I would say.
I mean, how can you try to have peace in Lebanon, and how are you trying to negotiate on behalf of the South and on behalf of the Shia population without talking to Hezbollah? This is why these whole peace talks are a complete fucking farce, because Hezbollah is not involved in the process. It's insane, dude.
Say this: if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, you know, he's lived with Hezbollah for a long time, and if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, I would. You know, I would.
Why are you laughing? They should be involved in the talks, my man. You can't cut out a third of your population just like that, just because you don't disagree with them politically, because you disagree with them politically.
Mr. President, follow up on Iran. If the Iranians do not make a deal, ultimately, how long will it take for you to stamp out their threats to the Strait and enable full shipping?
So if we left right now, it would take around 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild.
Sounds like a true liberator. Sounds like a true person who really cares about the Iranian people. He says, and by the way, what he's saying is fucking bullshit and it's not true. But I mean, is this your liberator for all the Iranians that live here that were like, thank you, Trump for bombing our people and liberating our people? Does it sound like he's liberating your people? Does it sound like he actually cares about what's good for Iranians? Or does he just does he just want to blow shit up and do whatever the Israelis want him to do? While he and his cronies make fucking money off of fucking backdoor deals.
But we're not leaving right now. So we've had a big impact on Iran. If we didn't do what I did with regard to two things, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, I terminated that. If I didn't terminate it, you wouldn't have Israel right now because they would have had a nuclear weapon years ago. And if we didn't do the B-2 bombers,
Yeah, the Iranians have supposedly were going to have a nuclear weapons since the 90s, dude. And they're not going to fucking nuke Israel, dude. There's like it's a tiny country. If they nuke Israel, they're nuking Lebanon, they're nuking Syria at the fucking same time. And they're nuking Egypt and they're nuking Jordan.
Out the nuclear sites a year ago, one of the first things we did early in the administration, they would have a nuclear weapon. And you wouldn't have Israel. And in my opinion, you wouldn't have various other countries in the Middle East. They'd all be gone. They would have been terminated, extinguished. But I believe that by doing what we did, by terminating Iran.
Everything they're saying applies to Israel, but they've just convinced Americans that it's Iran, but it's actually Israel doing all that shit.
It was very evil people leading that country. You saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids, they kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do
yeah, 52,000 protesters in 3 days, very believable.
Attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was an absolute hit on having them get. That was a road to a nuclear weapon, and our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it, and we will absolutely attack. The new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? That separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Canada, the president of Syria has done a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if this gentleman's going to do a job just like that. He's done a very good job. I mean, in all fairness, it's done anything about it. I love Canada. There's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
Tony Murad at the CITV from Lebanon. Do you still support Syria entering Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah?
You mean coming in and doing something with Hezbollah?
Yes.
Well, it's a concept, we get along very.
And like the president just fucking sits there like, now you want a foreign nation. Now, not only do we have the Israelis in our country fucking us up and occupying 20% of our land, you now want to get Syrians into the country. Like now you're trying to start an all-out fucking war. Dude, if a fucking Syrian sets foot in my fucking country, I'm sorry, dude. Now I'm going to have to commit a lot of violence. Like what are you talking about? Israelis and Syrians coming in our country to reshape our whole fucking country? And we've been at war. We were at war with Syria for a very long time. Syria used to occupy Lebanon for a very long fucking time. We're not cool with the Syrian government. I'm sorry, dude. If a single Syrian fucking soldier sets foot in fucking Lebanon, you're going to get the wrath of all of Lebanese people. Lebanese people might be split on Hezbollah. They're not split on Syria. If Lebanese people, you want to unite Lebanese people, bring the Syrians in. No offense. We love Syria. I love Syrians. I love the people. But like the government and the Syrian army, stay the fuck away from Lebanon. You want to unite Lebanon? You want to undo all the shit that you're doing? You want to unite the Shia with the extreme right Christians? Bring in the Syrians. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Very well with the president of Syria. He's done a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if this gentleman's going to do a job just like that. He's done a very good job. He's pulled Syria together. He would like to come in and do something with Hezbollah. You know, they've been fighting. He's been fighting Hezbollah for a long time. I think it'd be very effective. So it's something I think.
Hezbollah, the Syrian president used to be Al-Qaeda. That's why they were against Hezbollah, because he was fucking Al-Qaeda. Hezbollah took out ISIS, you motherfuckers. Without Hezbollah, ISIS would still be a fucking thing right now. Are you shitting me? Sure, let's get some Syrian mercenaries into Lebanon to disarm the Lebanese resistance. That's going to go great. They're going to turn our country into a fucking war zone. They're going to turn our country into a fucking war zone. Look how uncomfortable he fucking is right now. Look how uncomfortable he looks like. Oh shit, oh shit. He's literally, he can't say anything. That's what you wanted. You wanted to be an American stooge. That's what you get. You get to sit there quietly, awkwardly, while he says that he's going to send Syrian mercenaries into your country to disarm the Lebanese resistance. Do you like that, Mr. President?
On tariffs,
Shameful. What a shameful display.
Tariffs on Canada yesterday. Can you say if you still expect to impose tariffs on the wildfire problem? And can you say when you might impose 301?
A lot of damage has been done.
Yeah, he can't say anything to that. He can't. What is he going to say to that? No, Mr. President, actually, he's going to fucking sit there quietly and take it, you know, because that's what he wanted. You want to be an American bitch state? Do we want to be an American? Do we want our country to be America's bitch? That's what you have to do. You have to sit there and say nothing like a clown while he says that he's going to send Syrians to handle our Lebanese resistance.
They're not managing their forests properly, and they're impressed. I mean, we took over Venezuela. We now, you know, the Venezuela. They said the same thing. When I did Venezuela, everyone said, "Because look at the drugs. Look."
Are we done?
Complex situation, but we're probably doing equally as well if you look at the damage that's been done. And again, as I said to the young man that just posed the question over here, if we left today, it would take them decades to rebuild, and I don't believe they could ever.
Okay, here is it.
Lebanon has been treated as a country. They've been like a whipping post. What's happened with Iran and.
This seems to be a Lebanon question.
And when you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
2 years ago during the campaign, I interviewed you and you told me on MTV Lebanon that the peace will happen in Lebanon. And every word you said during the interview, it's happening today. Like from the first day in the administration, you were working hard for peace. I've been here daily.
This fucking reporter is such a fucking ass licker piece of shit. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. I want to fucking smack your ass, dude. He lives in fucking DC, dude. I should go fucking find this fucking idiot, dude. Again, he says, you've been doing everything you said about peace in Lebanon, it is happening now. How does this look like fucking peace? Ya Eirik, ikhtak bi Eirik, ya Hamar. Whatever the fuck this fucking reporter is from MTV. Eirik bshaklak, ya Eir.
On the images.
Does this look like peace,
ya
Khara?
Village of Aita Shab, as you can see here. And these are the forest area. If you look at the forest area, these were
shu khara, bro.
Wiped also away by the phosphorus.
Hey, the peace, ya Sharmut.
Lebanon, and I understood how horribly Lebanon has been treated as a country. They've been like a whipping post. What's happened with Iran and with Hezbollah, but Lebanon's been treated very incredibly badly, and
by Syria, Syria. Israel and Syria. Those are our two biggest problems. Israel and Syria, not Iran and Hezbollah.
I'm a little prejudiced in favor of Lebanon because I have so many Lebanese friends.
You're not at all.
Well, no, but there's so many Lebanese friends. And so I understand Lebanon. Tom Barrack is Lebanese, the ambassador.
Lebanese army. President Anwar, the Lebanese army currently have the funding, equipment, and manpower necessary to implement the agreement. Or you are asking today President Trump for additional U.S. assistance today to do the job?
Definitely, with the support of President Trump, and we spoke on the phone, and I told him I need two things from you: political support and supporting of the LAF, which is the LAF is the most trusted institution in the country.
LAF is the Lebanese Armed Forces, by the way. Lebanese Armed Forces, they're going to call them LAF, I guess.
Country, and it has the most powerful weapon, which is the trust of the public. Like any armed forces in the world, the Lebanese armed forces is the backbone of security and stability. We need to support the LAF. The LAF maintain the country safe and stable. Without the LAF, everything will collapse. We don't want that. I think President Trump doesn't want that. In 1975, the first institution...
I think Trump wants that. When Trump says he wants to bring in the Syrian army to disarm Hezbollah, he wants instability. He wants the country to collapse. When he says that the Israelis can occupy 20% of our country unless the Lebanese army can disarm Hezbollah by forcibly taking their weapons, he wants collapse and instability. It's the only thing he wants.
To collapse with the LAF. And as a result, we saw the emergence of many local militias, and the south was empty, allowing the Palestinians to roam the south and launch attack against Israel. We don't want to see that back again. All we're asking is keep supporting the LAF, and they know that the LAF is doing a great job, performing its duty to the fullest. I fully trust the LAF. I fully trust the leadership of the LAF.
They did a great step forward with the recent signing with Israel. That was a big step.
Direct flight from America to Lebanon again, and Pedro from...
I can see that happening, absolutely.
So are we going to have direct flights from America to Lebanon? My guy, who gives a shit? It's a long flight. Just take the fucking layover.
With Israel, that was a big step.
Direct flight from America to Lebanon again, and Pedro from...
I can see that happening, absolutely.
What a fucking dumbass. Are there now going to be direct flights from America to Lebanon again? Who gives a shit, man?
Question for President Tony. Tony Rod from NBC TV. So Ambassador Isa, the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Michelle Isa, told me that the President Tony would not leave Washington empty-handed. What concrete outcomes will you bring back to Lebanon?
You'll find out. Thank you all very much. We're doing very well with Iran. We're doing unbelievably with the economy. We have investment. As you know, Toyota is coming in with the biggest...
You got your 15 minutes, man. I hope it was worth it. I hope selling out your country and selling out our sovereignty and selling out the Shia population and selling out our resistance, our only defense against the Israelis, I hope it was worth this 3-day visit to Washington, D.C. that everyone is going to look back on as the true moment that it is of just pure capitulation, pure us being under the American and Israeli boot. How embarrassing for our country. What an embarrassing moment for us. And I understand the desire to want peace. I understand the desire to not want to be stuck in a forever war with Israel. I understand that. We don't want to have to rebuild the South every 10 years. We don't want to have to deal with this every few years. There's got to be a way for peace, but not under those terms. Not by capitulating to the United States and to Israel. Not by accepting their framing that Iran and Hezbollah are the source of war, while Israel is out there genociding Palestinians, ethnically cleansing Lebanon, killing thousands upon thousands of us, threatening to take our land, threatening to steal our land, threatening to expand their land even more into the West Bank and into Gaza. It is just embarrassing and painful to look at, honestly.
Plant, I understand, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming into our country. They're going to come into Texas, to be specific. We have more plants under construction now than at any time, by far, by many times.
Anyways, my head hurts. I'm going to have some dinner. I'm going to pack my suitcase because I travel on Wednesday morning. And then I might come back in a couple of hours to do a just a 1 hour breakdown of the Avengers Doomsday trailer and why I feel nothing, folks. Look at this again. I feel nothing. I felt nothing. So I want to talk about it. So hopefully if I manage to do some damage on those suitcases, I got a lot of shit to bring back with me, a lot of Lego. And I'm going to do a haul stream when I come back from the States, show you all the Lego that I got on Tino's Playroom. So again, everybody, subscribe to Tino's Playroom. The link is pinned on top or at the top, bottom or top of your live chat. It is my second channel where we talk gaming, video games, movies, all that fun stuff. That is where I'm going to be doing the Avengers Doomsday trailer reaction stream, hopefully in a couple of hours. Stay tuned for it. You'll see the post on, I'll tease it. You'll subscribe to the channel. You'll see it, and then I'll do a post on the main channel and tell you guys to go over there. Polly says, don't do the Tino stream. Why not? I'm excited. I really want to do it. Because I'm not going to have time tomorrow. So I very much want to talk about this. If I still feel like I have the energy. So I'm not going to force myself to do it. But I'm going to eat. Polly, I'll feel better once I eat. Don't worry. Guys, thank you so much to everybody who was here. Thank you to everybody who sent in a dono. Thank you to everybody who sent in a gifted membership. You guys are the best. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you guys so, so much. We love you. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We love you. I'm going to be back home soon with a regular streaming schedule, good equipment, decent lighting, 2 cameras, the whole shit, the cats, the Lego sets, all of it, folks. It's coming back. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. This was a 4-hour big. This was a big boy. This was a big boy stream. Let's fucking go. Sarah, your surprise will be announced very soon, Sarah. You are the president of the Tino's Playroom chat, Sarah. That's the surprise. You are going to be one of our, you're the vice president of content on Tino's Playroom. Folks, we love you. We appreciate you. And as always, to know.